Welcome. We're going to get started in a few minutes, but I wanted to let everyone know that we are going to be raffling off t-shirts, event t-shirts. So you don't have to do anything. We're going to come around and give you all a raffle ticket, and it'll be one per person. So just so you're aware. And I don't know if you guys have seen the t-shirts. They're really cool looking. So yeah, so just be patient. We're going to get this whole thing started soon.
to those who returned and welcome for your first time here. So it's so nice to see that we're all committed to a brighter, more peaceful future. So the speakers are going to be talking about quite a few things that may resonate with you, and you may find you're not even understanding what they're saying. And I think in the long run, some of it will come to you with more clarity as time goes on. So my passion and mission for this whole gathering and for the future is to bring an end to the missing children. I think that everything that runs this planet, whether it's finances, your medical care, the division amongst people, is the great divide to blind us all about all the missing children. There is amongst us some deep, dark creature that is lusting for our children. And that monster has no prejudice. That monster who wants the kid doesn't care where you come from, who you voted for, and what the color of your skin is. So it's going to be a fabulous platform. My hopes is that from today forward, if you enjoy your experience here, you yourself may take something on in your own community, gather some people, have some conversations, just to bring a little awareness to what's really moving the planet at this time. I really think it's essential that we do that because we are the adults and we're here to stop the kidnapping of children. That's all I want to say. Thank you all for coming so much. And with that, I'm going to hand the mic back over to Elisa, or I think we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance right now. Yep. Thank you all for coming. I'll talk to you later, okay?
For free speech right here. Thank you for all coming. This is our flag, and we represent and love this flag with a pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. God bless. Thank you.
With this. Okay. You guys, I made a mistake before, so I want to correct it. And I'm going to introduce Kat, and she's going to tell you how we're also live streaming and a few other things that you may be interested in.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Kat, otherwise known as Light Warrior Patriot, and we are streaming live on Fake News 7. All the information is over there. You can take a screenshot, a picture. And also, if anybody wants to tell their awakening story, you can come over and see me, and I would love to hear it. Okay, thanks. Have a great event, guys. Yeah, it's streamed on Fake News 7 New York on Rumble, and all the information is over there.
Thank you, Kat. All right, so are you ready to start? We have a rockin' day today, and our first speaker is JP. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about JP. JP is a U.S. Army veteran, paratrooper connecting with ETs, spiritual and interdimensionals, an expert of water purification systems of all types, who was sent into ancient alien structures known as arcs. What he found wasn't just technology, it was alive. His missions, still classified, revealed that these arcs respond to consciousness, hold unknown symbols, and are awakening beneath our feet in oceans and solar systems. Now JP is sharing his experience with the world. JP?
Thank you, thank you. How you guys doing? All right, I like to walk around. How many of you guys know about my background and my story a little bit? Oh, wow, nice. Let me turn on this computer. I got the glasses on because of the light, so don't mind me. Okay. Who's happy to live in the best country in the whole world? Look at this place. So beautiful, beautiful, patriotic. I'm happy. I'm a soldier. I serve this country and I love this country. It's beautiful. I'm a Christian. I serve God. You know, I've been through these experiences and I'm just sharing it with the public around the world about my experience, because soon disclosure is going to happen. We're going to have good technology, and especially with this administration moving on. They're doing a good job. Everybody saw the post Trump posted with the med beds? And then he took it out to give it more attention. Isn't that amazing? There's a lot of things going on, you know, and we have to be ready about the things that we put out there. And little by little, this information is going to make humanity better again. Amen to that? Amen. Akuria mate. Akuria mate. Okay, you can put the slides up. Let me see. I can start with the slides. Slides 1. All right. I interacted with these beings. I know it might sound probably far-fetched for a lot of people, but my first experience was in Brazil. I went to Brazil because my wife, she's from Brazil, from a beautiful place called Goiânia, Goiás. She was born in Foz do Iguaçu. She came here legally. She became a citizen legally, how you're supposed to do it. I joined the military. I was born in upstate New York in Middletown, like 2 or 3 hours from her, by Goshen, Port Jervis, Newburgh. And from there, I moved to Florida, and I started having these experiences when I was a civilian. So I met my wife in Florida in a church. I went to a church, and I saw her. She was singing. I was like, wow, she sings beautiful. Let me get to know her. And then she came up to me, and we just interacted, and I gave her my number, and we kept texting, and the rest is history. And I wanted to meet her parents in Brazil. I said, I need to meet your parents. So when I first hit Brazil, we go to a hotel, and she's like, oh, this is my dad's hotel. I'm like, what? I hit the jackpot. Her parents are a hotel family all over Brazil. They own hotels and all that. And I'm like, geez, babe, why you didn't tell me about that? Oh, I didn't want to tell you because if I would tell you, you know, you probably love me because of the hotels. I'm like, I don't. But wow. She was actually the first Brazilian to sing for a presidential candidate of the United States of America, the national anthem. So she's really special for me in this country. And we went to Brazil, and her dad said, let me take you to this farm. I'm like, okay, wherever there's a farm, there's food, there's churrasco, there's Spanish food or Brazilian food. I'm down to it. So this place had it was it didn't have light pollution. You could see the constellations. It was beautiful. And I was 2 days in the farm, and in the distance at 3 o'clock in the morning, I saw a light pulsating in the middle of the farm. I'm like, is that the place where I fed the cows the other day? Let me start walking over there, see what's going on. I went by myself without shoes, and I ended up going to this place that was glowing. And let me tell you, I saw something that was from like here to over here, and it looked like a minivan, and it was floating a little bit from the ground. And I go to it and I touch it, and I start vibrating, and my hairs of my body starts going up, and I feel metallic taste in my mouth. I close my eyes, I open my eyes, and I ended up back in the farm. You can see my footsteps, because over there the dirt is red. You can see my footsteps coming in. And I'm like, what the heck just happened to me? Because, you know, I was going to Brazil. You know, we were visiting churches, and I'm really into God and all that. So I serve the Lord. And this was really different in my life, this situation that happened. And I was thinking about it. So when I came back to the States, I decided to call Dr. Michael Sala for the first time. And I interacted with Dr. Sala with a phone call. And he's like, what's your name? I'm like, oh, my name is JP. He's like, okay, you want to stay anonymous? I was like, yeah, I want to stay anonymous. So I told him, because, you know, people can call this nuts and crazy when you go through an experience like this, you know, but I felt free to tell him my experience. So I called Dr. Sala, and then I kept sharing information. But in that time, I was living in Tampa Bay, Florida, by MacDill Air Force Base. And I was walking to work, and I saw a minivan that was picking me up. It stopped on the side of the road, and the guy went like this, come over here. I'm like, oh, shit, I'm going to get kidnapped. All right, I don't know what to do. So I kind of froze. The truck stopped, the minivan, and two guys came out. They took me to the back, and they took me into a facility to interrogate me about what happened in Brazil. We know what happened in Brazil. You tell us what happened in Brazil. Soldiers, you know, they were telling us, they had me sitting down, and they were interrogating of what happened in Brazil. I said, nothing happened in Brazil. I kept denying it because I was scared at the moment. And then I broke, and I said, yeah, something happened in Brazil, and I'm getting downloads. We want to know about these downloads also. What happened? What did you interact with? And I interacted with a ship, and I started getting downloads of who these people were. They were Nordics, people that looked blonde hair and tights, blue tights, and they interacted with me. And when I came back, I started getting, I think the screen went down, or yeah, I'm sorry. So I started building these crazy devices that was grabbing a lot of energy from the electricity. And I was working with other professors from USF and other people from MacDill, developing these healing type of, they look like wands or similar to that. And it can help, you know, scars to, it's a weird technology. You got to get into the quantum entanglement and physics of it. And my house got ransacked, and they took all the technology, and the people dressed in blacks like, oh, you got to chill. You got to stop, you know? I don't like to really talk about but it was a beautiful, I still have it in here. So, I still have the knowledge in my mind, so how to build these different types of technologies. So that's good. This is a video of a ship that actually, you know, a lot of people say, oh, we want proof, JP, we want proof about these ships. So this was actually above my house. Let me see if I can get this going. Is it going? No. Come on. How much more time I got? So this is actually footage of above my house of no, this was actually heading towards France for an event on the plane. My wife, she went like this to me because she's sitting by the window. I say, I think I see something out the window. I'm like, you're full of it. She's like, no, really, I see something out the window. So we switched, and I felt that same sensation in my body when I saw this ship flying across. And then the passengers were getting nervous about it. They were just closing up the windows. They didn't want to see outside. So I started taking video of it, and you can clearly see, I don't know if you can see as much, but it looks like an orb, and it starts interacting. Like interdimensionally. No, that was my house. I'm sorry about that. The next one, this one was the plane. I got all this on exopolitics.org. Dr. Sala got all my information there. So you can just scroll down and look at all these videos. But I got also these videos also there with cigar-shaped UFOs following our vehicle. And my whole family saw it. So this was in Florida, in Orlando, Florida. This was the actual video of it. You can see an exopod. I don't know what's happening here, but let me see. The proof is in the pudding.
Aloha everyone, this is Dr. Michael Sala. I was just sent a video by my source in Orlando, Florida, JP, who took this footage of a UFO that he saw while traveling in his car with his family. And so I'm going to play it for you now. I've muted the audio so that way there's no visual audio identification. He does refer to his daughter's name, and he does want to maintain
AI.
anonymity. But there's the UFO. It's moving away from the vantage point of his car. He's talking to his wife about it, and it is illuminated. It has a cigar shape, and it slowly disappears behind the trees. Very shortly, we'll see it disappear behind some trees. It's moving away. And yeah, it's a cigar-shaped craft. No tails, no wings of any kind. What I'm going to do now is rewind and.
Okay, that's a little idea. Actually, that same craft, I took a picture in the Tampa Bay Times. They did a piece on it, and they started talking about it with Dr. Sala and all that. So this was the picture I took by MacDill Air Force Base when I was a civilian in 2017, September 14th. And you can clearly see the orbs coming out of these ships. And I had a video, but they took the video away of this beautiful ship. And I'm sure online you can see these cigar-shaped looking UFOs in video. But what they do is they let go these orbs, and the orbs, they come down and they do recon on certain things, and then they come back with the information, they give it back. And these are run by Nordics extraterrestrials, the beings that they say that they walk among us. So we probably have Nordics here. So so that was a beautiful experience. Also, these are also pictures of different types of ships or planes that the military has, that I also took a picture, that they were telling me to take pictures of it before this technology comes out. This next one was a good one in Orlando. This was a good take of a ship. I have the video of this. Maybe I might release it, might not, depending on if they give me the green light to release it, because these technologies, you can clearly see the pulsating of it, of where the energy is coming from. So the bad people can probably use this technology for bad, and we don't want that to happen. Okay. TR-3B, if you guys know what that is. This was a similar ship. It was growing in and pulsating, and when it pulsates like this, right, it turns into an angle and it shoots up. And it turns so small and it goes like straight to the blue sky. You won't see it no more. And we have these technologies, and these technologies will be released soon. Okay, similar to how Trump is releasing the med beds and then taking them back out using AI. AI is a good technology. A lot of people are talking negative about AI, but I believe that if we use it the right way, it's going to help humanity and help us farther in life. We just have to see who's in charge of these technologies. Is AI. We have to ride the wave. I tell this in all my talks. We have to ride the wave of technology. Let's not fall behind with technology. Technology is going to keep advancing. I know a lot of people will be confused with that, but technology is going to advance so fast with AI that we have to ride the wave of it. You know, if there's a new phone, get it. If there's a new type of technology, try to figure it out, because if you fall behind, you're not going to understand it. Not even in 6 months, you won't understand technology. That's how fast AI is going to develop different types of elements and different types of technologies. Other photos of UFOs or unidentified flying objects, UAPs. This was a good one. These TR-3Bs were interacting with helicopters. This was in 2017, before I was a soldier. So all this was before I joined the military. And I was giving all these videos and pictures to Dr. Michael Sala, and he was documenting all this. I call this a Cadillac in the air, but it was way bigger than that, and it had like a laser technology right here to bring down missiles or something like that. But a tank in air, and this was coming out from MacDill Air Force Base, and I was capturing it. I know a lot of people saw crazy stuff over here in the air a year ago. So this was probably what we were seeing that night flying around. It's a technology that we have. This was another UFO that I got from the Nordics that was interacting with me, telepath. I think they got a technology that, using sound frequency, they can talk to you telepathically. And I know that technology is going to come out soon with Meta. It's coming out with VR headsets, and it's coming out soon. That it's sad to say, but anything you think, people can know what you're thinking using frequency and modems. We don't need cameras no more. If you have a modem in your house, people can see through your house and see your movements in the house with satellites. So these technologies are out there. And this UFO, I was talking with David Wilcock a couple years ago about this UFO. And he figured out that, oh, wow, look, that has, if you change the contrast and you change the shadow, it has a yin and yang on top of it. So these ships have yin and yang on it. Okay, this guy, I interacted with this guy in Orlando, and they landed, and you can see the reflection of the trees. This is AI generated, this part, but the left part, it was a real photo that I got, and people can tell you that, experts can tell you that these were real pictures, and they have distance on these cameras that they can tell how far and how big these objects are. So I have all that. But I just did it like this to show you how the guy looked like when he came out, and he's like, get in my ship. And I didn't want to get in with a guy inside his ship. And I felt uncomfortable because the minivan was waiting for me if I was going to get in or not. So they would interrogate me again. This was still when I was a civilian. So the left part is the actual picture, and then the right is AI generated, just to give an idea of how it really looked like. The space arcs. A lot of people ask me, what does Akuria Mate means? I always say it in all my talks, and I say it means heaven to earth. They took me in I'm trying to go fast here for you guys to, can get a little bit about my background, my stories and all that. They took me into this ship on a Black Hawk. And this is actually a description of what you see in the Star Wars, but it looks so much. Everything that you see in TV and movies is so much drip drop on movies and different things, that we have these massive ships that move, that connects to the ground, to the bottom, and it connects to certain ruins that we have in our oceans. And this actually was connected to one of the arcs, and it brought us. They brought me there, and they took us into the ship, and they had us all lined up. And I was not the first time I went to one of these, I wasn't a soldier, and they took me back. The general or whoever was in charge was like, "You don't belong here," so they had to take me back. So I visit these things a lot of times. I know their location. They move around, and I'm sure different governments around the world work on these facilities, because these are science and for humanity ships. It's not just for the United States, but the United States are in charge with their Navy where to move these ships around with the Nordics. Okay. So this is actually proof that they found locations and radar of where these locations are at. This guy, he's also an insider, but he was scared to give even his name or his information. So, but Doc, he has that all documented. So if I do get subpoenaed, I'm probably going to get subpoenaed to talk in Congress about all my experiences. But I also have 15 other soldiers that will come with me to talk about the same thing, that they've been through the same experience. So I think the last part in Congress is talking about soldiers going to space. Soldiers that been in these space experiences. This is what I saw inside the arcs. Glowing algae, similar to in Puerto Rico. We have a place in Puerto Rico, in the center of Puerto Rico, that even the creators of Avatar, they studied the Taino Indians. The Taino Indians in Puerto Rico, they tie their hairs to certain trees to communicate with the land. And in Puerto Rico also, we have rivers that when you do like this to the rivers, they turn blue with the bacteria that lives there. And it's beautiful. It looks like Avatar in Puerto Rico. So if you have a chance in Puerto Rico, visit those places where the Taino Indians and this is similar, it's bacteria, but when you push your hands on it, they glow, they start glowing. And you can see the imprint of your hands. So we had everybody doing like this just to see and to understand what information was there. And I know Mark Burchett, he was talking about, we have the 6 deepest oceans. We have things that are coming out from our oceans. And our best assets that we have are in the oceans. And we know about it. The United States, we know about it, about these information that are in our oceans. Our military, they know about it. So I saw this. I physically felt this inside the arcs, and they took us with these Indians, these Mexicans from Mexico, Aztec Indians, and we were like kind of confused looking at the Indians, and because they really look like Indians. I think they picked them up from the part of Mexico, in the center part of Mexico, and they went with us and with the Chinese. There was Chinese people there. So we had a deal with the Chinese that they took us, they had information of some arc in the moon. So they gave us that information. So we had to bring them with us to this arc, because whatever they found in the moon is connected to the arc in the Atlantic. So we took them and we were locked and loaded. They were locked and loaded. Nobody trusts nobody when we're going through these experiences, but you can feel the peace and the nervousness of everybody when we go through these experiences. So going to this arc in the middle of the Atlantic is kind of nuts if you wrap your mind about it. But we went through this, and other soldiers as well went through this experience. So inside the arc, we had lights that were flashing, and it looks like ancient ruins inside these arcs with like rocks. But we had these Aztec Indians, and they were like almost crying looking at it. Okay, it looks really similar to what they have in Mexico. And we were just jaw dropped of what we were looking at. We did not believe it. We were pinching each other to see if we were alive. We were nervous because we know what we see we can't talk about. But I got the green light, and other soldiers are going to get the green light to talk about these experience really soon. And on med beds also that they've been going through. Yeah. So these Indians, they started dancing and they started chanting, and they were activating like a portal in the background. And they were singing a Kuria Mate. I got the song there, but I'm just showing you how it was. And the Chinese and us were like, what the hell is going on here? We were walking away from the portal, and they were walking in, and we're like, holy shit. What's going on here? What is this shit? What is this technology? So we were scared, really. But I felt like a peace, like to be calm. So I was telling, just calm down and enjoy it. Enjoy these beautiful songs and this chants. And we were just moving with them because they were starting activating everything in the. So music is the oldest language in the world. You can activate a lot with vibration if you get into the physics of what is vibration, what is like music. The ancient people use that for healing. They use that for activating certain portals and activating the spiritual and interdimensional realm. Now, I think soon when people find out what are these real ETs or what are these extraterrestrials and what are they connected to the spiritual and interdimensional realm, that's when you get into the Bible, you get into the Torah, you get into all religions. That's why they're being really careful to release this information. So this is not even half of the things that are still hidden of information that we still have to release. So we're doing it softly in order to make it more. I'm sorry if I have an accent. I speak Portuguese, Spanish, and English in my household. So if I say something different, forgive me, okay? So they started dancing and they started walking into the portals, and we had a guy doing translating. That was his MOS, and he was translating everything and capturing, taking pictures of all the things that we were seeing, because everywhere you looked, it looked like it had different cultures. It looked like historical different languages. You had Egypt, you had Aztec, you had other languages that we did not understand that they were taking pictures, do research after. And I'm sure with AI now, they can now translate half of all these languages right now. That's why I think they're pushing AI to translate different types of technology and vibrations and materials and languages. So everybody was doing research. They had cameras recording everything. We did not have as much cameras. We know what we were getting into, but the Chinese, they were recording and making sure that they were capturing everything that they were experiencing. So we started arguing, right, with each other. We started getting mad with each other because the Aztec Indians, they went inside and they got lost. And the Chinese, they tried to go behind the Aztecs, but they started getting stuck. And they didn't know what the hell was going on. They said, oh, the deal is off. We started arguing. Everybody was like locked and loaded. And the translator didn't go. And the translator got scared because he had to bring the Aztec Indians back up. So look at his face. So he's like, everybody shut up. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? These people went into the freaking portal. We don't know what the hell they went, and we can't go in there. So we were trying to calm down the Mexico translator because he knew different dialects of what they have in Mexico. They don't only speak Spanish in Mexico. They speak different types of Spanish or Indian dialects that is from North America and Mexico. So it's really interesting the languages that this guy knew. And his face actually looked like that too. So that was a good description of him. And this was actually, I did this song, but this is how the song sounded. They had drums, and I'm going to share you how the song sounded. This also, I'll get him up. So when that happened, you guys hear me? We noticed that if you say this in the woods or something with drums, Akuria Mate, you have these ships that fly down and they interact with you. They interact with people. And a lot of soldiers have these psionic abilities, and they interact these abilities with the whistle technology that we have in the Army and other branches that can bring down these UAPs or UFOs from a distance, and they interact with us when you say these Akuria Mate. And we found that like really interesting that they can interact with just say that word, Akuria Mate. So they kept studying about, and this is actual, this is AI, but I gave the AI directions how to build it. And this is how it actually looks. The arcs, massive, like imagine this, but the size of a stadium. Inside our Atlantic, inside the Pacific, under the ground in Oleski Sands where the war is, and I know the location of it, in Carlos Novas in Brazil, also under the ground. So we have this moving around. It was moving around with the Nordics in our Atlantic, and guess what happened? We moved all our military to Puerto Rico with the situation of what's happening with Venezuela. But there's other things behind the scenes that they know about these arcs moving around in the Pacific and also moving around in the Atlantic. And they are in our deepest part of our oceans. I think right now, I got information that it's in the south part of Puerto Rico, one of the deepest parts of Puerto Rico, and it's stationary there for now. This is new information, so if you have it, write it down. I'm going to talk to this in the next video that I'm going to talk with Dr. Sala, and it's in the deepest part of Puerto Rico. So if you get the deepest part of Puerto Rico and you get the highest mountain in Puerto Rico, where the smallest rainforest is taller than any mountain that we have in Peru and we have in the Swiss Alps. So it's really deep, the south part of Puerto Rico. And everybody knows what we have there. We have these arcs and we have these pyramid structures that were built by ancient civilizations, and the Nordics are involved. When I say Nordics, I say people that look like us, slightly taller, but they have blonde hair and blue eyes. They look albino, but instead of having like red eyes, they have light blue eyes. And they have a major city somewhere in Antarctica, something like that. They've been interacting with humanity for thousands of years. They know about pyramid technologies. They know about UFOs. They have interactions with the military, training military pilots how to fly their ET ships or terrestrial ships, we can call them. Interdimensional. They can come out and in from our existence. And, you know, and I'm sure the people a long time ago, they probably thought it was something spiritual as well. I still believe in God. There has to be a God out there. This country was founded in the God principle. And I support that 100%. I believe in Jesus Christ. I still go to church. You know, when you go to church, you go for yourself and for yourself being with the Creator. You don't go there to mingle with people or talk about religion or all that. You go to church. It doesn't matter what church you go to serve God, the Creator. I believe in the Creator being. Yeah, there has to be with everything that's happening. And I think that soon are going to come out soon about who's behind all this. These arcs have portals and all that, and this was before when I was a civilian, when the guy was screaming at me to get off the ship because I wasn't a soldier. So that was Nordic. They were coming down. How much longer I have? Just tell me. All right, roger that. I'm gonna try to go really quick on this. So we had these Nordics coming down, and they go into these facilities in Eglin Air Force Base, and they change, and they start looking like us, and they send them out to different parts of the world and also our country, and they're like interacting with us in daily basis just to learn from us and feel for us. And they're really smart. They can capture language really easily. They kind of remind me to the Vulcans, but when they go to the programs to change themselves to look like us, they start acting like us, accents and everything. And it's really crazy that we have these people walking among us. Awesome. I'm gonna go fast. This was not too long ago. I don't know if you guys know that President Trump moved Space Command to Alabama. And in one of the books, I talked about it prior, that this place that they're training the Nordics, they're training the military people. It's an underground facility by Alabama. And this was in 2023 that this came out in the books. And then not too long ago, he moved Space Command to Alabama. So that was good confirmation for us, for Dr. Sala, and for me, that I told him the location of where this place was. So that's really cool. We have this under a place in Alabama, and it's ships that come in and they come out, and they're controlled by Nordics and pilots, different types of pilots around that are part of the Artemis Accord. Also in our moon, we have Goldilocks zones that we have people working up there, and we also have people that look Indian, and they come in to Earth with these egg-shaped ships that look like eggs, and they've been communicating with us, and more to the India, Vimana region, and Afghanistan and Iraq, and they've been communicating with us. And that's why also we have been going a lot to the Middle East, as you know, to communicate with these guys that are coming from the moon and communicating with India and all the Middle East countries, including Israel. We have openings like that. So these part right here, in between, they can get into like regular Goldilocks zone temperatures. In between, there's like a line from here to the wall that's like a good degree to live on. So, and it's like a tube, ancient volcanic tubes that are in our oceans, not oceans, in the moon, that goes deep inside the moon. And these ships, they go into a big city that they have there, that have a civilization that lives in our moon. And that's what the Chinese and Americans were investigating. And we have also, throughout our solar system, we got people working throughout our solar systems as well. In our oceans, different parts of our oceans, we got these pyramids, and we also got these floating types of cities, highly technological, with these beings that live in our oceans. They're really territorial, and they keep people away. but we have this in the Pacific, we have this in the Atlantic, and the south part coming out from Antarctica as well. We have these type of structures that have cities inside of them. These how the ant people look like. If you take their hair away, they probably look like grays, right? Gray aliens. So, but I call them the ant people. They are in different parts of the world. I interacted with these beings, and they smell quite good. Well, different. They smell like a leather, like a leatherish amber mint. It's a smell that you will never forget. Put deodorant on. No, but they're so peaceful, so beautiful beings. I call them like people. They're just like us. They have families, but they have a lot more knowledge of. They told us that they trained the Indians in the ancient times. They trained people in the ancient times how to survive and how to cultivate different plants and all that. And we got contact with them, and they taught us and they saw us with there's a big background story about how I did all this. I don't have that much time, but I'll explain it later. This is how it looks like, a description of how their city looks like inside the earth. And they move around, they have their systems, everything is natural. Their light is like a liquid, but it does not harm as much your light. And it's like that same color. It's not bright or dark, and they grow their own plants, and it's the way they live is unbelievable. So peaceful. And you have also humans that probably go missing in the national parks, but they actually start living with them, and their lifespan can span to like 600, 900 years, or 5 to 4, depending. They got a lot of medical technology, plants, medicinal plants, that they know how the plants reacts with your body, and they know how to cultivate, like what she was talking about yesterday, the enzymes and all that, and connecting with the body, and how it's an art how to use food and how to use your own body to connect with life and your cells and all that. So it's a type of art form that they know that can have longevity. And I think a scientist in Japan right now got this technology of longevity with stem cells research. So we're heading towards the right direction. This is just descriptions of historical events with the ant people. Interacting with other people. This is the big tree I saw inside our earth, and the light was emanating from the walls. It was like a whitish, bluish light. It looked like something out of it was unbelievable when I saw this. These are also space domes. I got much time to talk about this. This is also in our, it's just so much information. I got 3 books out that Dr. Sala wrote about my experiences, and I'm sure other soldiers are going to start coming out after I gave this out and after I showed my face. Missions to Jupiter. I know a lot of people want to know about that, and to also missions to Saturn. And these are the actual ships that we flew on. This right here is like 6 feet tall, right? So imagine the massivity of this ship. And these are like mining ships. So we had this number right here that represents something on Earth, but then we got this that represents something in Sumerian, and that represents Ra. So it's quite interesting that they got a mixture of ancient and natural language. I don't got enough time to talk about this, but it's the mining of Saturn and my experience of what happened. Everybody's familiar with 31 Atlas? It's interesting what's happening right now. Right now, it's going perihelion, And we got Swan also coming from different directions, heading towards Venus and then passing the sun and going towards us. We got 720 objects coming in our solar system right now. And they range in different sizes. And they're coming out from different directions. The last update I did with Dr. Sala, these are probably people that are coming back from different places. And I think they're probably gonna do a false alien attack type of deal. So we have to be vigilant on what they're saying on the fake news. You know, really vigilant, because all these ships coming back and doing recon on all the planets. And, you know, we have people working around Mars. We have people working around Saturn, but it's so many of these ships coming in that we do have to be careful what we hear about alien invasion. These people, I think, are peaceful, and they're trying to come back to where they lived. And I think part of the meeting of all these generals was about that also, but a mixture of also eliminating the negative people that are not aligning with the process. Okay? We live in the United States, and we are an example for a lot of nations around the world. So we need our inner circle to be good in order to give an example to our outer nations. Okay? And I think that's what's part of the process. And that's why the little boo-boo of Trump putting the med beds and putting it out, that was telling pharma, hey, we know something that you don't. And we're ready to prepare to release this shit if you guys don't line up. You know? Eh? We're gonna release all these technologies. And these technologies, if you go to the patent, I got like 2 minutes, right? Boom. I went. Okay. This is me talking with Emery Smith about it.
Heard it. It has what, like a 18% that it could hit Mars, or
Yeah.
land in Mars.
Yeah. Or yeah, just pick a camp in between. And I think also one of the things that the trajectory not only changed, but the speed. So that's not normal for speed to do the change.
Or maybe this could be something that activates Phobos, one of the moons on Mars that has the monolith.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, JP. I agree with you. I think there could be just an activating factor with all the, you know about this, all the sacred sites, even the dormant pyramids that are all around the world, including under Antarctica. Which you're very well aware of, and some of these amazing portals need to be activated. You know, travel is not going to be in the future through a 3.
So this was way before everybody started talking about it. That's why I love this video. After we posted this out, a lot of people started talking about 3i Atlas. I had my mask on still. This was a couple months ago. We started talking about 31 Atlas, and then a lot of people started talking about 31 Atlas. As Emery, I think I don't know what we did, but everybody started talking about it. So we're like, oh shit, we opened a can of worms. So these are the 3 books. We got Space Arcs, Underground Cities, and Contacts, Nordics, Space Arcs, and Saturn, and Underground Cities, Giants, and Spaceports with Dr. Michael Isala. He wrote my experiences. I still have my mask there, but now everybody sees my face. I got the green light to show my face because disclosure is around the corner, and I'm really happy for that. A lot more soldiers are going to come out, and you can find my information on exopolitics.org, and also you can go on my YouTube channel. I also got a Patreon that I give out more information about my experience. I think for everybody, the support. I love you guys so much for supporting me. You know, I wish I had more time to get into deep, but the main message is that we have to love each other, okay? And interact with each other in the massive way of happiness and bring the love vibration in order to all this to come out. Technologies, med beds, ET contact, we are on track. And thank you for her doing this event. Congratulations. This beautiful event. Thank you for inviting me, and it was a pleasure to be here. JP out. So much information, but I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, give it up for this man. He's amazing, and a big thank you for everything you've done for our country. Yeah. It's terrific. And I do wish we had more time, right? There's just never enough time because everybody we have here this weekend, there's so much, right? We could just spend one day and still not have enough time on each speaker's stories and information and experiences. But hopefully everybody that, you're seeing here today, you're going to, if you probably already follow, but you'll continue to follow, get their books, take those deep dives into everything. Before we bring up our next panel, I wanted to just tell you something else that I think everybody, if you aren't already aware, you may be interested. September 9th, myself, Mel Carmine, and Carol Friesen released a movie that is now available for free on the internet. It's a documentary. It's about an hour and 28 minutes called Dear Mr. President. And it is a look at where we are in terms of digital censorship. And everything that we're doing here today, right? If we can't get these messages out and we can't let everyone know whether you agree or you disagree with things, you have different opinions, we need to be able to have freedom of the microphone. And there's just been so much censorship over the last number of years. And of course, we could debate why and how come and all that. But at the end of the day, if we podcasters cannot get our message out and we are being censored, then it hurts everybody and it hurts the collective. So I invite you to visit dearmrpresident.net and you can watch the movie for free. And to JP's point before about this artificial intelligence, we have translated this movie using AI into a number of languages. I mean, we obviously have English, but we have Italian, Spanish, French, German, Mandarin. I believe we have Cantonese and Russian coming. So we really want to get this movie out, worldwide, or for anybody who would like to watch it in those languages. But there are 45 different podcasters. Brad Olson, as well as Mike Barra, are featured in it. And so many more with their quick stories of how censorship has affected them. And so I'm very proud, to have been a co-producer of this film. And, I hope that you guys will check it out. So thank you. Now, we have a really great panel for you. We've got Mike Barra and Brad Olson, and they are going to come up and they are going to talk about current events and hidden esoteric in plain sight. So please welcome these guys back to the stage.
Why don't you entertain them for a second while I set this up?
All right. So Mike and I known each other for about a decade. We worked together on a couple projects and through David Hatcher Childress, his publisher, good friend of ours, and got our books right back there on the table. I think Mike's got one left. He's going good. And so we decided to do this together. We've known each other so long. We've worked on stage together, other panels, starting in Contact in the Desert. Yeah. We've both been on Ancient Aliens. So we're like to bring this forward and tell you guys about how the world as we know it today is not quite as it seems. I think we all can understand that. There's a lot of deception in the world today.
Yeah, and we're going to...
So Mike put together a couple
There it is. Okay.
slides and videos we're going to cue from.
Let me get logged in here. I like that picture of me. That's like from
Yeah.
15
A
years
younger
ago.
you,
but
man.
Yeah, younger you. Yeah, I was 50. So what I thought we'd talk about, Brad, is just kind of like there's a lot of current events going on. There's these congressional hearings happening, and we should talk about some of that stuff. And we should. There's, I talked about the financial situation yesterday and things that are going on there and the level of deception. But there's levels of deception happening in all these events. 3i Atlas, we're going to talk about that. They just released a new picture of it today from the surface of Mars, and we're going to talk about that. But we're also going to talk about the level of deception involved in that, and just the level of deception at all levels of government. Now, the gentleman that Carrie was talking about yesterday, Juan O'Savin, also known as Wayne, I've known him since like 2007. I think I met him first. He was an advisor and a leaker to Richard C. Hoagland, who I wrote this book, Dark Mission: A Secret History of NASA, with back in 2007. And he had this saying that we incorporated into the book, which is that the lie is different at every level, meaning that the guy at the top lies to the guy below him, who then tells a different lie to the guy below him, who then tells a different lie to the guy below him. So how do you sort out what the truth is on anything? And JP's testimony was interesting. He just talked about a series of things that are kind of, I don't know, how would I put it? An example of that. So what I want to do is actually go through this slideshow thing here and kind of start with the one thing that we don't really know much about, and that is, or we don't talk about it, which is that all of this stuff is bloodline based. They don't talk about this in terms of, oh, okay, why does it have my alien on there?
For a second.
Okay. Let's see if we can do it again.
Cass Trudeau.
Still got the alien. Okay.
Maybe you just have to go off the screen. There it
Yeah,
is.
I have to go off the screen like that, but then
Blow it up a little bit.
people can see my next slide.
There you go. Now it's gone.
There it goes. Okay. So there's a lot of things that happen in politics that they don't tell you. There's a lot of examples of people who are not who they tell you they are. One prime example, the easiest guy to start with, is this guy, who is Justin Castro. Now, the guy on the right is Justin Trudeau. The guy on the left is Fidel Castro.
Same age.
At the same age. So you can clearly see it's the same guy. They're father and son. Justin Trudeau is the bastard son of Fidel Castro.
We should say that his mom was in Cuba at the time, 9 months before he was born. She played around a bit.
His mom, Maggie, was a slut. Let's be honest, okay? She got around. She banged David Bowie, Mick Jagger, every rock star on the planet. When Pierre Trudeau was the prime minister in the 1970s of Canada, she did everybody. She loved rock stars, and she really loved commies because Pierre Trudeau was kind of a commie. And this is Justin and Maggie and his father at the airport. I think it's JFK, when he came to address the UN about 9 months after they had a little visit when he came previously to speak at the UN. So there he is with his son, who would later become the fake non-elected prime minister of Canada himself. Now, again, here's Fidel Castro on the right, Justin Castro in the middle, and Pierre Trudeau on the left. Which one of those two guys does Justin Trudeau look like?
And we should
Pierre
also
Trudeau?
point out that Justin had an older brother who is being groomed to be
another
next prime minister, of
prime
Canada,
minister.
who died in a very bizarre skiing
Right.
avalanche accident,
Right.
which Justin happened to be at, and they think he may have had some kind of
Involvement in it?
Involvement
I had
in
no
it.
idea. Remember when Sonny Bono, Cher's husband, was sticking his nose into things
Yes, he was.
politically, and all of a sudden he had a skiing accident.
And I know exactly where he died, on the top of Heavenly Mountain on the Orion
the
ski run.
the Orion ski run. And if
You know, I'll tell you some things about this because I get a season pass there every year. Sonny Bono was going to look into Waco, Texas. And they warned him. They said, don't go that way. And he was just a junior congressman from
Mhm.
Palm Springs. They warned him several times, don't go that way, Sonny. He died on the last ski run of the day. It was kind of a blizzard. They said he died from blunt force trauma to the head,
To the back of the head,
but
which
he was
is
bleeding down his back.
Yeah.
He was bleeding down his back.
So apparently he skied backwards down the mountain.
Well, but then he got somehow hit,
Mhm.
probably from behind,
Mhm.
bleeding down his back, which I can tell you as a skier, that's almost impossible. If you get hit, you're getting hit in the head, right? Kind of like the way Kennedy's head went flying back in the,
Yeah.
or Charlie Kirk. I mean, here we are, another very anomalous assassination
There's some issues. Yeah.
with Sonny Bono bringing forth
Mhm.
the Waco evidence. He
Now, by
wanted
the
to have
way-
a congressional trial.
By the way, I can prove that John F. Kennedy was hit from the front. I've got a picture of it if you want to ever get to that. If we have time. I don't know if we're going
If
to
we have time, but carry on.
Well, this guy was groomed from the beginning, planned to become the Prime Minister of Canada at this time in history, just as certain people like Barack Hussein Obama, Barry Soetoro, was planned by CIA, whose parents both work for CIA, to eventually be elected president to bring in, the New World Order stuff. Again, this is really interesting too, and they all use body doubles. Now, this is Justin Trudeau, and if you look at, there's two different Justin Trudeaus. There's one on the right, which has got a really nice set of choppers, and there's the one on the left, who doesn't have such a nice set of choppers. Here's the thing that people always say: well, he had inlays done. He had the teeth thing done. Except that the guy on the left appeared after the guy on the right. The guy on the left made an appearance at a press conference in Vancouver, British Columbia, and I think in 2022. And the guy on the right had already been photographed with these perfect teeth. So this is a different guy without the perfect teeth. They brought him out there during the time when kind of the Canadian government was run off into exile, in essence. Yeah. And he ran away to British Columbia. So these are two different people posing as Justin Trudeau. So I don't know about all this stuff. Oh, Hillary Clinton's really dead and this person's really dead and Gavin Newsom's really dead and you're seeing a body double. I don't know about that stuff, but I do know about this one. It's absolutely true in this particular case. Now, the guy on the
redheads,
the left, is Prince Harry, the son of Prince Charles and Lady Diana, Princess Diana. Or is he? Because the guy on the right is Princess Diana's riding instructor? Horse training. Yeah, riding instructor. Yeah, exactly. So give me a break, okay? This is Prince Harry and James Hewitt, the riding instructor, who I believe is actually still alive, which kind of shocks me. But she admitted she had an affair with him. Yep. But everybody claimed it was 3 years after Harry was born, so he couldn't possibly be James Hewitt's son. Now again, here's Prince Charles and Harry, the Prince of Wales. Harry. What's the other? William, the Prince of Wales. Obviously, that's dad and son, and then there's Harry and James Hewitt. Obviously, father and son. The lady on the left is, or right, whatever it is, my stage right, is obviously Chelsea Clinton. Does anybody know who the guy on the right is? Webb Hubbell is his name. He was a member of what they call the Arkansas Mafia. He came with Bill Clinton to Washington, D.C. in 1992. And you know what he said in his book was the first thing that Bill Clinton asked him to do after he got in the White House? Find out who killed JFK and are there UFOs? He said the answer was that he got back was Lee Harvey Oswald, and no, there are no aliens.
How convenient.
So again, Webb Hubbell, Chelsea Clinton, Webb Hubbell, Chelsea Clinton. Now the girl here, this first girl is Chelsea Clinton over there on the left. On the right is Webb Hubbell's daughter. Oh. Okay, so are they sisters or what? Yes, obviously they're sisters. Obviously the same father. So that's another lie. Here's a good one. I like this picture. This is a Photoshop, but there they are with dad in the background. Now, so Bill Clinton got around. Apparently, he just didn't get around with Hillary that much. So, all right, here's another one. Again, prime example of Bill and Chelsea and Hubble and Chelsea. Who do you think is one? Now, speaking of Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton apparently had, like I said, a lot of different tastes. This young man is named Danny Williams. He lives in Arkansas, I believe, and he says Bill Clinton is his dad. And who am I to argue? His mom is obviously black, but I mean, those two guys are great. And then I had another picture here. I didn't put it in here. I probably should have. I don't know if you guys recall, but there's a picture of Bill Clinton shaking hands at the age of 14 with President Kennedy. Right. Yeah. And that's a pretty famous picture. And it was a troop of students from all over the country. Each state had one representative. Bill Clinton was picked as a representative for Arkansas. And the only one who got a picture shaking hands with the president was Bill Clinton. But of course, that's just a coincidence. It's also apparently a complete coincidence that Bill Clinton's mom was a nurse at a facility in Hope, Arizona, where John F. Kennedy was sent in 1946 to recuperate from his back injuries from his PT-109 incident. I think it was 46. And 9 months later, Virginia moved, his mom, Bill Clinton's mom, moved from Hope, Arizona to Hope, Arkansas, and Bill Clinton was born. So you figure that out. That's why, this is why, do you guys remember Monica Lewinsky in the blue dress, right? With the, I don't know how to say this. With the sample on it, with the DNA sample on it. And why did Ken Starr, during that incident, why did he want that? Because they wanted to find out if Bill Clinton was an illegitimate Rockefeller or an illegitimate Kennedy. I think the answer is pretty clearly he's an illegitimate Kennedy. Now, we have on the left Angela Merkel, the Prime Minister of Germany, been Prime Minister for quite a while. She's not anymore. And, of course, her father, Adolf Hitler.
You guys remember the movie Boys from Brazil? It was actually Girls from Brazil.
Yeah.
Art imitates life.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just Angela Merkel, it was also Theresa May.
Theresa May, yeah.
And there was a female president of Lithuania, I think.
Yeah.
It was the three daughters.
I think it was girls from Argentina, actually, not Brazil. Boys from Brazil was just a metaphor for girls from Argentina. Now, again,
Art imitates life.
give me a break, okay? This is clearly Adolf Hitler's demon seed, is Angela Merkel. And, of course, we've seen the videos of her standing in these ceremonies and having all these weird Parkinson's-like symptoms. Well, her father had Parkinson's, and guess what? That can be genetically transmitted. So the question here is not that this is real or not. It's clearly real. She's clearly related. But the question is, why doesn't anybody bring this up? Why do people in the news media not bring this up? Why do they not bring up that John Podesta is the bastard son of Lawrence Rockefeller when there's a clear relationship there?
And the other connection after Podesta is Chester Bennington
Yes.
from Lincoln Park.
Yes.
Third generation bloodline. And they're all vampires.
And they're all vampires.
Well, Chester Bennington, his best friend was Chris Cornell, who died by hanging, suicide, right after a concert in Detroit. And Chester was at his funeral, but then dead a couple weeks later.
Yeah, and was
both were working on a documentary about pedophilia.
Yep.
So you don't last long when you start to make those announcements at a concert.
Yep. When you start talking.
Right.
Now, it's not like we are immune to this really in America either, or on the Republican side. This is future President George Herbert Walker Bush, who you remember famously was shot down in World War II. He came over, he didn't come over, we aren't going to go there yet. He volunteered to be a pilot.
The youngest ever, too.
The youngest ever. 18 years old, became a pilot, was shot down, and a submarine rescued him. And there just happened to be somebody on that submarine with a film camera to film him being rescued and get his face. He stops and he looks in the camera, and that became an iconic moment in his 1992 presidential campaign, or 1988 presidential campaign. Nobody has been more prepared to do this. To become president than George Herbert Walker Bush.
And the big picture here is these future presidents are not elected, they're selected. There are bloodlines here where they come out of. I've got a picture of this family photo in Beyond Esoteric where there's all these other upcoming Nazis
Right.
in the 1920s.
And the important thing here is the picture in the upper left there, George H. Scherf, AKA Bush, or Scherf. How do you, I pronounce it Scherf. What do you think?
I call it Schreff.
Scherf, whatever. But that's a famous, fairly high-ranking Nazi officer. It comes from a picture with a bunch of people there, including a 14-year-old who was in a Navy outfit, and that's what he joined, was the Navy. He was very clearly the son of a German Kriegsmarine SS naval officer. And I have a friend who I call the mechanic, and if you've ever seen the Charles Bronson movie, you know what the meaning of that nickname is. He used to work for the U.S. government. He worked for President Reagan, and he worked for President Herbert Walker Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush. And I showed him this picture and some other pictures, and I said, you know, it pretty much looks like he was a Nazi, right? My friend said, yeah, well, he was a patriot. And then he said something else completely inappropriate that I can't say. But basically, he said, as far as he was concerned, Herbert Walker Bush was a patriot and kind of a racist. So let's put it that way.
So this comes from a book called The Bush Deception. It's just an ebook, but the author was in touch with me, wanted me to republish this book, and then also to publish another book about Montauk, where we're going tomorrow, about pyramids underwater. So we're going to look into that tomorrow. But the point is, he had all these pictures from Otto Skorensky. That's where that family.
Skorensky, right? Yeah, he was.
And apparently, he lived out his life in Florida and met this guy, gave him the photos, said, publish this book because George Bush is not who you think he is. He's actually the Schreff family.
Now, this is George Herbert Walker Bush as a young man with his alleged father, Prescott Bush. Do you see any family resemblance between those two people? I sure as hell don't. Okay. Now, it gets even weirder.
But we should also point out that Prescott Bush was very sympathetic
to the Nazis,
to Nazi Germany, and his Union Bank was financing them until 1943, when it was trading with the Enemy Act. They made him stop. But then at the end, he got Union Bank back and had to pay a fine of $1. That was his.
Yeah. Now, the next one we're going to talk about, I don't know how many of you know of a character named Aleister Crowley. He was a big deal in the first part of the 20th century, all the way up to the 1950s. He was an occultist. He was a bit of a Satanist. He was in all this esoteric stuff. And he was very influential on bands like Led Zeppelin. Jimmy Page was a big follower, Robert Plant to a certain extent. And of course, a lot of terrible things happened to them during the time Led Zeppelin was the most popular band in the world. Robert Plant lost his son, things like that happened. So it was car accidents and things like that. So Crowley's influence was very negative, but he was a Satanist and an occultist. There's also, you see that poster right over there? See there's our monitor there, and then there's Kellyanne's book, and the woman to the right, you know what her name is? That's Monica Crowley. She worked for Fox News for a long time. There was a Congressman Crowley, right, who was from this state, New York, who was replaced by AOC. AOC knocked him off. But I remember many times when Obama would give a State of the Union speech, he comes down and the first guy he shakes hands with is Congressman Crowley. There's this occulted influence in the U.S. government. Well, Aleister Crowley got around, and he had a lot of orgies and seances and things like that in his house in London. And a woman named Barbara Pierce, I believe, was one of his followers in London. And in the late 1920s, 29, I think it was, or no, it would have been a little earlier than that. But she was in London, and
9 months
at the same time, and hanging out in Aleister Crowley's mansion in London. And, 9 months later, she came home and gave birth to a woman who would become known as Barbara Bush. So
pictures in a chapter in my book, Beyond Esoteric, called Nazis in America, how they have infiltrated through these bloodline families
Mhm.
and were very successful without anybody knowing. But again, like these pictures, it's hidden in plain sight. If you know what you're looking at, if you know the connection, just like Justin Trudeau and Barbara Bush, you see the family resemblance and what's really going on.
Right. So she was married off to George Herbert Walker Bush. I can tell you, you look at George W. Bush, and definitely Herbert Walker Bush is his dad. I'm not sure if Barbara's his mom. There are people who say Barbara wasn't always a woman. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's weird. Now, this also stretches into entertainment. Okay, you guys know Bill Maher, right? He's got this show on HBO. He's very political. He's sort of gotten a little bit more practical as time's gone by, but he also spent tons of time at the Playboy Mansion, right? Remember that? Why is this guy who's not really that popular always at the Playboy Mansion? Well, this is why.
Daddy.
Because his dad is Hugh Hefner. He is the bastard son of Hugh Hefner. Take a look at their faces. Take a look at their noses. Take a really, really good look at that top picture. You tell me those guys are not father and son. Of course they are. Or clones. I don't know, one of the two. And the other thing, too, is, you guys know that Bill Maher, now, one of the things in the pedophilia stuff is there's this, what they call the Red Shoe Club, where they wear these red shoes. And if you know the meaning of that,
It's deep.
do you want to go there?
If you do.
Well, then you tell them.
Well,
Supposedly, this is really
Bill
uncovered.
Maher's been seen wearing the red shoes.
Yeah.
It's from the skin of children.
Yeah, that's
That
what
they sacrifice, that they turn into shoes, and they're actually quite proud of it.
Yeah.
Symbolism will be their downfall. Remember that.
Symbolism and
This is all catching up to
right,
them.
and Satanism.
Yeah.
And Bill Maher actually had a film called The Pizza Guy.
Yeah.
Now, pizza, as we know from John Podesta's emails, is kind of a code word for pedophilia.
Young females.
A pizza is a young girl. I want a young girl. It means order me a pizza. I want a cheese pizza. If I want a pepperoni pizza, I think that's a black girl or something like that,
Yeah.
right?
Where hot dogs are little.
Hot dogs are little boys. And you know, so we have all this stuff out there, but it was called The Pizza Guy. And at the end of The Pizza Guy, this is in 2007, 2008, something like this, 2005, the enemy that he's fighting in the movie is Donald Trump. And Bill Maher kills Donald Trump, shoots him dead at the end of the movie. And you know what the name of Bill Maher's production company was that made that movie? It's called Kid Love Productions.
Ew, creepy.
Creepy. Now, there's our side of it too, okay? On the left is Anastasia Romanoff, the long missing Romanov daughter.
Who supposedly survived the assassination with all her family. She just buried herself under the bodies and stayed still and survived.
on the right is Melania Trump. Now, they'll tell you on Wikipedia, oh, well, no, Melania is from some Slovakian family, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Give me a break. We all know who she is. We all saw the rumors that when Trump met with Putin a while back, that he gave her an emerald ring that had belonged to the Romanovs. I believe all that stuff is true because she's clearly a Romanov. She's also directing Trump to a great extent. She's a major influence. There's even a great clip. There's a woman on YouTube called The Gunner's Wife. Now, she's very evangelical. I take a lot of her with a grain of salt, but she does lip reading. She's done lip reading on Vincent Fusca, who some people think was impersonated by John F. Kennedy Jr. at a couple of Trump rallies in 2017, 2018. I happen to agree with that. But she reads lips. And one of the things Trump says on stage in 2016 when they win, they're sitting there and he's clapping, and he turns to Melania and he says, "This is just like peering through your time machine." That's weird. This stuff is really weird. And then we get into there is a lip reading before the 2020 State of the Union. You should watch her video because what you see is that most of the congressmen, including people who are supposed to be MAGA, are openly discussing how they're going to murder Donald Trump that night at the 2020 State of the Union. And the plan was, just like the movie The Interview, one person has a poison and another person has an activator. So when Donald Trump shakes hands, he has a heart attack within 30 minutes and dies.
Remember when Nancy Pelosi apparently had also one of those, and Trump wouldn't shake hands.
Trump
He was
knew.
tipped off.
Trump knew. That's why. But it's fascinating too when they talk about Melania. You can see these two congressmen, and this one congressman says, and by the way, I've verified her lip reading. I mean, I've checked it. Her lip reading is flawless. And one of the congressmen says to the other one, he says, yeah, he thinks his Pleiadian is going to protect him, but we're going to get her too, talking about the first lady. So this stuff just gets really weird and deep. We got to hurry up here. God,
Trump?
we had so much more. This is Donald Trump's Uncle John. He's named after him. His name is Donald John Trump. He was a theoretical physicist. He's the guy who went through all of Nikola Tesla's papers. We discussed him yesterday, decided which ones were classified. This is Julian Assange. Now, I don't know what this means, but there is this incredible genetic link between Assange and John Trump. You just can see it in their faces. Now, you can have parallel DNA. You can. I have a friend named Joe Heyer who had a U2 tribute band called Hollywood U2, and he's the same height as Bono. He looks like him. His voice is almost exactly perfect, and they're not related. But I don't think this is parallel DNA, just simply because of all the other examples of this crazy stuff going on. Then, of course, there's this one, Kevin Kline and Bill Gates' ex-wife, Melinda. Yeah, you tell me. I don't know. Is Kevin Kline, I think, has done a movie where he was a tranny. Yeah. So, I mean, I think they're telling you something. Of course, we have Elton John and Bill Barr. I'm not saying Elton John is Bill Barr. I'm just saying they've never been seen in the same room together at the same time. And of course, Morning Joe and Beavis, Butthead and Sterling, or sure, what's his name? Shepard Smith. Yeah. Jerry Nadler and Jabba the Nadler.
Definitely related.
Herman Munster and Rachel Madcow. And of course, my absolute favorite one, Potato or Amy Schumer.
Oh.
Sorry.
Only here in the First Warehouse.
We had other stuff, guys. We were going to talk about the Three Eye Atlas thing, and we're going to talk about the UAP video, but we're out of time.
I think we go to.
Do we have a little time?
15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we? I thought you said 5. Where's Elisa? No? Okay, well, we'll keep going. So one of the other things I want to talk about, Brad, is there's this video out there which was released about a month ago, right before Charlie Kirk was killed, of this, what they said was a UAP or UFO being hit by a missile. Let me see if that'll fade away. And it comes through, and they're saying it's what they call a Hellfire missile. Now, a Hellfire missile is a air-to-ground tank-destroying missile or anti-ship missile. So a missile is usually got an explosive charge on it. This thing comes along, it hits this UFO, and that's what Anna Paulina Luna is told. Do we have time? How much time? Well, I mean, JP went over. Come on, why can't we go a little? I mean, is JP more important than us?
And just on the video, how is it that all these official videos that get released are just all so grainy?
Yeah.
You never really know. And
here's the thing, because they're infrared images. What you're basically seeing here is you're simply seeing a I want to loop this. Yes, sweetie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay, you told me 5, so I was just. So this is the object being hit, and I'm just going to tell you what this is. Okay, they're telling you this is a UFO. That when they say that, or UAP, what they mean is alien spacecraft. That's what they're telling you, right? And it gets hit with a Hellfire missile. Well, okay, a Hellfire missile, a missile that doesn't explode. Okay, what you're actually seeing here, and let me play this again, is this is a balloon. This is a targeted, this is a target balloon being dragged along by a plane or a helicopter. When it gets punctured, watch how it pops when it gets punctured, and it gets all floppy like a balloon does when you pop it, right? And then these 3 things that are exactly the same come out of it, but they go back to a certain point, and then they get dragged down with the object. Those are telemetry sensors inside the target balloon, which are recording whether there was a hit or not. They're tethered to the inside of the balloon. The balloon sinks. There's other videos of this stuff. And, the thing is that they're telling Congressman Luna, who was the one who put this out, that this is actually a missile, that it's This is actually a missile that's hitting a UFO. But again, it's just a balloon just like this, Brad. You just tie it up. This is done all the time in the military. I was involved in tests like this. It's a drone. It's simply a drone. It might be this next one, this sucker right here, which is just a drone that's designed to shred whatever it hits. That's just as good as blowing it up. You don't have to have a proximity blast. So what I don't get, and this is what I want to discuss, is they're lying to this congressional committee that's supposed to be investigating UFOs. Right. And it seems to me that they're lying because what they're trying to do is make them look like idiots. Because when you feed them stuff, and I know Paulina Luna may be of good intention, but she's not an aerospace expert. I could have told you within looking at the close-up, well, that's a balloon that gets popped. But she has nobody advising her on that. And so they have the opportunity now to expose the entire committee as complete fools anytime they want, because they told them what they were seeing, and it's clearly not what it is. So the question is, what's the political agenda? To me, and I'm going to ask you this, it seems to me like this is about the deep state, the inside people who are feeding them this crap, along with the Jeremy Corbell videos and all this stuff. Remember the one that USS Omaha that, oh, it splashes into the water. No, that's just a jet engine of a drone or something flying over the horizon. That's what that video shows. Yeah. And so they're trying, I believe what they're trying to do is that they're trying to set up so that only certain people that they control will set the narrative when it comes to aliens. And that lines up with what JP was saying earlier about disclosure coming. I mean, am I nuts?
But they're always given it plausible deniability too. That's why they're using these grainy videos. I thought you were going to play the video of the Tic Tac, which turned out to be a Mylar balloon.
I have the.
They have. So then you never really know. None of these videos are concrete evidence. It leaves us all guessing. But I think it's because there's so many people now who are demanding that we know the truth that they have to come out with something, but they're coming out with something that still is a grainy video that
right.
Something else.
And they're grainy because they're all infrared. Now, infrared cameras basically just evaluate heat versus cold. That's what you're looking at. They're very low resolution visually, especially since most of these incidents took place back in the early 2000s. Technology was even less developed then. So what they're basically showing you is that, this is the Tic Tac thing, I think. But, okay, so it goes, sometimes dark is cold or hot, sometimes light is cold or hot. But what they're showing you here is that you've got this heads-up display, and up in the upper right-hand corner, you see that 1.0 in the upper right-hand corner? That means that's the zoom. The camera zooms in, it's got a 1-time zoom or a 2-time zoom. And if you watch this video, let me fast forward it a little bit. What they claim is that this sucker zips off, it shoots away. See, it's 2 now. I think we can see that. Yeah, it's 2.0 in the upper left-hand corner. And they're locked in on it, and they're filming it. Remember, this is an aircraft that's moving at several hundred miles an hour. And then suddenly this thing zips off the camera. Oh, and you got all these stories. You have all these witnesses saying, oh, there were 80 of these things in the sky. Well, if there were 80 Tic Tacs up there, Brad, where's the video of the 80 Tic Tacs?
Right.
There's one.
79 to go.
There's one. So now it's zoomed back out to 1.0, and they're trying to lock it and track it, and they're having a little trouble. And then watch that number 1's going to change to a number 2. And this sucker is going to zip off the screen. Please do it now so we can talk about it. 2, 1. Oh, 2. Oh, what? Now, what happened there? It did not zip off. It didn't move. What happened is they simply lost the track on it. It zipped. They zoomed up past it, and then they cut the video off immediately. So I want to see the next 30 seconds of that video. You know what they did then, Brad? They back off to 1.0, and they locked back in on whatever this heat source was. So again, it's to me, what I want to discuss is what's the political agenda here?
Yeah. I think it's that people are demanding to know about this. We've only got ridicule and denial from official sources, never a straight answer, NASA.
Yeah.
True that when you're coming back in the module that you were followed by orbs. And he just gave me this steely blue-eyed look, which he neither confirmed nor denied. But I think by the way he was looking at me, it was kind of a confirmation that something happened on the way back with orbs that were following along the capsule.
Yeah. There was, he's talked about that a little bit about there was something bright in the distance that was trailing them on Apollo 11, and they couldn't figure out what it was. It definitely wasn't the third stage or anything like that. So they don't know. Buzz has talked about that openly. I had a friend named Marvin Zarnick who helped Richard Hoagland and I write Dark Mission in 2007. He was friends with Buzz. He co-wrote Buzz's dissertation on Earth Orbit Rendezvous, how to rendezvous and dock, all the math and everything. They worked together on it. They were friends for 25 or 30 years, and they used to play golf a couple times a year. And Marv was he was a member of MUFON in St. Louis, and he was the head of the chapter there. He was into UFOs, and he never bugged Buzz about it. But they've been friends forever. And they were on the golf course one day, and he said, "Hey, Buzz, what are all these rumors that you guys saw UFOs when you were up there? Did you see anything up there?" And he said, Buzz stopped and gave him the look you're talking about. And then he packed his clubs up and walked off the golf course, and they never spoke again. Ever again.
And of course, Buzz Aldrin was down in Antarctica. I talked about that in my talk yesterday. Made this very cryptic tweet that says, "We are all in danger of seeing the face of evil." And the picture that he included was the Antarctica pyramid. So did he go underground to a base? Were they showing him something, the Illuminati Disneyland?
I would think so.
But he was medevaced out of there, which is a very difficult thing to do from Australia. What did they see? I saw the ant people.
The ant people?
Well, maybe JP had some pictures of the ant people.
Yeah. Yeah. Now,
Right. And it obviously
it's around Mars, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. They are taking pictures. We will eventually see that. But what they put out today is not it's not really a cylinder. It looks like it's a motion blur thing.
But once again, we don't get very conclusive evidence.
What's that?
That's what you said, Carrie, that they're not going to release high resolution images.
Yeah. The image they released is from a rover on the surface. Well, I tried to. We ran out of time before I left. I couldn't get it downloaded, and I thought I'd have internet here, but I don't. So we can get it. We can show it later.
Avi Loeb was complaining that they're not releasing high-res images. Don't know. But I know the picture you were talking about. It was on Facebook today. It's just like a blue streak. Once again, it's changing colors, though. For a while, it was red. For a while, it was green. Now it's going blue.
I can show you on my phone.
See it.
Okay, so that is not a cylindrical spacecraft. It's a motion blur effect, right? So the thing is now is let's see how they spin it. Let's see because NASA could spin this into being a cigar-shaped object. And if they do that, then we're going to know that there's an agenda to make you think this is an alien spacecraft, which it might very well be, but we don't know. So the whole point is that nothing that anybody's telling you about space, about politics, about people who are in charge, you know, Zelensky's ties to various Nazi groups and things like that, none of it's true.
Yeah.
The pedigree of your presidents isn't true. Bill Clinton is an illegitimate Kennedy. Justin Trudeau is an illegitimate Castro. The Bush family comes from Nazi Germany. So the question is, when is all of this actually going to come out? Hey, Donald Trump's wife might even be a Romanov. What does that make Trump?
Royalty. Kind of is.
Royalty.
Look around.
So I don't know. I mean, where do you see this going? Do you see we're allowed to talk about this?
Well,
nobody's suppressing us.
But so much of this has just been kept from us. I've written 3 books on esoteric subjects. That is information only known to a select few. It's starting to come out. The American people are demanding answers, and they got to give us little tidbits, but they don't want to give us the good stuff. How come is it, though, that 3i Atlas is getting the king's share of attention when it was way, way out beyond Mars, and Avi Loeb comes out and says, oh, they may have ill intent. They may be attacking Earth. How would you know that? How would you know what their intention is, even if it was intelligently guided craft? They don't. So I think we're being set up for a narrative.
Yep.
And we were talking about a little bit on the panel yesterday. This could be Project Bluebeam. That has been long awaited fake alien invasion. They're building it up right now. They're establishing the narrative. And then in 2 months, only 60 days from now, when it starts coming close to near Earth orbit, then maybe the Sky Show or something starts to begin.
Yeah.
Because apparently 3i Atlas has 9 satellites following it.
Yeah.
And then there's another big one coming the opposite direction called the Swan.
Yeah.
So his entire presentation is sponsored by the military. And that's Bluebeam, not the one you're talking about.
Right. Okay. The new version of Bluebeam. Yeah. And yeah. V. Well, V and Alien Nation. You remember Alien Nation, where the big ship about the size of 3i Atlas lands in the desert and all the newcomers come out, a couple million of them, or yeah. Yeah.
But this
Now-
goes all the way back to the War of the Worlds with H.G. Wells in the late 1930s. And the Brookings Institution did an examination of how people reacted to that fake alien invasion almost 100 years ago. And they said, the American people can't handle the truth.
Yep.
We can't tell them about alien life. And so this is just almost 100-year later extension of all that. Oh, well, I know.
Yeah.
But isn't it interesting that in Hollywood, 9 out of 10 movies related to aliens, they're always here with malintent.
Yeah.
They're always here to capture us and to take over. Only E.T. and maybe Close Encounters were benign ETs, right? Otherwise, they're out to get us. We're going to get captured. Look, if they wanted to capture Earth even 100 years ago,
yeah,
they already
Now,
did.
now one.
Come up here, would you?
All right. Well, I can't wait to see your presentation here, Gary. Now, one last thing. Less than a week ago, the President of the United States on his Truth Social account put out an AI video talking about the med beds. When people tell you they don't exist, that's not true. They do exist. They are military alien technology. Now, what Trump has to do, according to the agreements under the Gold Treaty and many other things, is to make announcements about this. But making an announcement is as simple as putting out a real picture of the face on Mars. There's a few real pictures of it, and it's obviously constructed, obviously artificial. That's a way, but NASA doesn't have to say this is artificial. President Trump doesn't come out and do an address from the Oval Office and talk about med beds. He simply posts this video. He posted it for exactly 12 hours and then took it down. That is a soft disclosure. That is a soft announcement that this technology exists. It's also a shot across the bow to the pharmaceutical companies, which is that between now and then, whenever they release these med beds, you better play ball all, or we're going to put you out of business forever. That's what I think's going on there. There's no way this is a prank or an accident. This is an announcement.
Well, Carrie made a good point at dinner last night, and that was, you really think they're going to release the med beds at the same time there's a depopulation agenda going on here? Because they're not. They may be save you or kill you.
No, I mean, Dr. Alfredo. I mean,
No, you want to come up real quick? I mean, we got just a minute or so. You want to come up?
I have a loud voice. So.
All right.
No, I'm Dr. Alfredo.
Yeah, but they can't hear you on the stream.
I think inside knowledge about
Carrie was
White House.
to the stream talking about Alfredo.
Alfredo.
Dr. Alfredo.
Yeah.
She's coming
So,
up to
I mean,
the
I
stage.
think that what the president did was an agreement he had to keep.
And I think the website might be on my front page, like an ad for it. I'm part of it. They asked me to join. I'm happy to join, right? What's wrong with med beds? But he really has the technology. It's called Dr. Alfredo. The White Hats sent him down to Mexico, won't let him come back across the border because he has med beds that do work, real ones, not fake ones like is out there. And they left him down there. And then the, what do you call the, not the cabal, but the other ones, you know,
The White Hats,
no, the negative guys. What are, you know, the,
the dark nobility,
yeah, no, the drug lords, whatever.
the cartels.
Cartel.
That's it. So the cartel attacked him and tried to kill him and kidnap him or kidnapping. And they had to, the White Hats had to save his ass, but they still keep him down in Mexico. I'm just telling you. So that's the story. Even the White Hats are keeping med beds out of your reach. Okay.
And the distribution of this technology, remember, is military. It's through the military, at least at first. But when Trump posts that, it's not an accident. Catherine Levitt got asked about it at a press conference. You know, what about this video about these med beds? And she said, isn't it great that the president of the United States has his own social media and he can communicate directly to the American people? She didn't deny it. She didn't say they're not real. They are real.
I want to tell you what they are, because, well, there's several different kinds of med beds, at least 3 that I've heard of. So I was having dinner with Alex Collier, who's an Andromedan contactee and knows quite a bit about their technology.
Love that guy.
And Christiana Northrup. The 3 of us were having dinner, and I said, Alex, how is it that these benevolent aliens, they could be hundreds of years old, but they all look like they're 20 or 30 years old? How do they do it? And I thought it was going to be this holographic technology where they will restore your cellular and entire body to that level. And he said, yeah, it is. But what they'll do is when you're about 25 or 30 years old, prime of your life, the word he used was a slide, that they will take a picture, an entire holographic photo of your body when you're in the prime of your life. So then later on, say 50, 60, 90, 100, you get a tumor or something in your kidney. Well, they'll come back to that slide when your kidney is perfectly healthy, and it will then, in the med bed, reverse engineer your body to that date.
Yeah.
It's kind of fascinating.
And it also has to do, I think Ra yesterday was talking about plasma being the key to everything. Plasma is the base state, I think, of physical reality, right? Everything comes from a plasma and becomes more solid as you slow down. One of the things I love about Alex is he talks about how everything in the universe is light and sound. And basically all we are is the interference waves of light and sound waves. That's basically what we are. That's how we're created. That's how our reality is created. So the way I understand it is that with the med beds, they're going to turn you back into a plasma state, get your idealized DNA, and apparently they can even mess with your DNA and fix it and, you know, make you, I don't know, make you 6'8", 6'9", 6'12", whatever you are. And, you know, they can change you.
Talk for yourself.
They can change you. I don't know. I don't want to live on a planet where everybody looks like Ken and Barbie. I don't want to live like that. But apparently there is this ability to do this. There's different levels of med beds. But when the president does that, he's acknowledging their existence. So that, I think, is a cheer up to all of us to stay the course and hang in there with them, because this stuff is coming. This Star Trek universe apparently is coming for this planet.
There we go.
So we'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mike and Brad. That was incredible. And I love how, I'm going to be honest, like we were talking about cognitive dissonance a few minutes ago and how some of this stuff is hard, but humor is a great way to break through. You know, so as we talk to people, right, and we're so like, did you know this and did you know that? And people are very like, they're standoffish. What Mike and Brad did was really effective, you know, that way of saying, well, let me ask you, what do you think of this? Ha, ha, ha. You know, and sometimes that breaks through a little bit. Anyway, we are going to break for lunch. We ran a little over, so we're going to extend the time. If you guys could be in your seats by 2, and we're going to start the afternoon session immediately. So maybe like 5 to 2 would be great. We are looking, you know, for anybody who has their awakening stories, like how you were awakened, if you've always been awake, because we've got Kat over here and she wants to, you know, talk to you and maybe film you if you want to be on her show. So I welcome you to reach out to her.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started soon with our afternoon session. So if everybody would take their seats. So we are going to be bringing back to the stage Heather Holmes. And for anyone who was not here yesterday, a little bit about Heather and her specialty. Heather is a healthpreneur, a health educator, an international speaker, and an expert on bacteria, biofilm, and environmental health issues. With an 18-year career in medical devices working with hospitals, and 7 of those years focused on infection control, Heather has advanced knowledge of arteries, veins, bacterial function, and the human body in general. In 2009, focused on curing herself of lifelong chronic bronchitis and 20 years of sinus infections, Heather began development of a groundbreaking quantum level probiotic technology called P2 Probiotic Power, a lifestyle line of consumer products that clean, balance, and protect air, skin, teeth, gut, and surfaces. Heather's soil spore probiotic technology is also incorporated into products for livestock, mold, and fire remediation, commercial cleaning, HVAC coil cleaning, and wound care. The driving force behind her passion is her divine purpose to make people, pets, and the planet healthier by providing products that are safe and use nature to balance nature. And I will remind everyone that she has a table here with all her products, so you can, go visit and see. I can personally attest to how wonderful they are. So without further ado, Heather.
I paid her to say that, okay? Lise, can I get this up here? Like, do I just slide it in? It's easier for me, like when I'm doing it. Yeah, can everybody hear me? Okay, and guess what? Oh, wait, it's gone now. What button? Ugh, it was up there. Yeah. Click what? Click it. Click it. Hopefully I won't have to use these. How many people have to use these? Yeah, like happened overnight. Like one day I woke up and I couldn't see like small print anymore. I don't know what happened. You can't hear me at all? I said I woke up one day and I couldn't read fine print anymore. It like happened overnight. Do they have med bed for eyes? Okay, here we go. So yesterday we had a conversation about biofilm, right? Okay. And biofilm plays into what we're going to talk about today as it relates to bacteria. So as I told you, you're going to get a little bit of a science lesson, but I won't make it too painful. So the reason I did this presentation about bioengineering is because it actually relates to your genes, your DNA, the food we eat. Okay, so this is really important to know because we know they've done a lot of things to us, right? And I talked about how many toxins were barraged by and so forth. Well, this is the next stage that they've moved to. Okay, so it's really important to know what's happening. So, let's go back. So I happen to pay attention to this because this is my job to help educate you guys and pay attention to these things. But there's not a day that goes by that there is not a major food recall. Okay. We just had one with Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, everything, right? So we've run the gamut. We have had listeria on peaches, cantaloupe. We've had salmonella on food and charcuterie and pasta and ice cream. It's so weird to me. I'm like, that it's pretty much everything is touched. And one of the things that you really need to know is fruits and vegetables absorb everything that is around them, on them. So when we think about the food continuum, literally from the time that peach is picked or whatever, you've got people handling it. What if that person didn't wash their hands after they went to the bathroom? Okay. Now it's on the fruit or vegetable. Now we gather that, we put it in a truck that has not been cleaned properly. Okay. And it's got free floating stuff in it. So now more contamination. And then we get it to the store and they don't clean properly. So now if they're cutting up your fruit and you buy that fruit that's already cut, you better wash that too. Because we did testing in Whole Foods, and I don't want to tell you what the numbers were, but you probably would never buy fish or meat or vegetables ever again in a grocery store. So that's all I'll say about that. But you know, this growing thing, and it's been happening, and it's been increasing over the last several years, these food recalls. So I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're trying to wake people up like, hey, your food's contaminated, because it is, but then they offer no solution for it, right? That's where I come in. So I can't even read this. Anyway, this is all like the food. Can't. Okay. So 41% of the recalls. And when I put this presentation together, I did it first on Mark Atwood, and he was like, oh God, I'm never eating anything like again. But, you know, it's gone from 41%, and I venture to say it's probably 70% now. So these pathogens are so resistant. And that's why I said yesterday, we have another pandemic. It's just not being talked about. Okay. So common food mycotoxins. Now, what's a mycotoxin? Anybody know? Okay. Mycotoxins are molds. Okay. So mold, any coffee drinkers in here? Okay. So have you heard like about the mold on coffee beans and things like that? Yeah. Okay. Well, guess what? Even if it's a mycotoxin free bean, by the time you get it, anything can happen. So, and I can tell you right now, whatever they used on that thing, it doesn't get rid of the biofilm. So I call BS. That's all marketing. So this is also very interesting. So what our government does is they look at everything and they say, okay, we're going to allow this much contamination before it really causes serious illness. And that's with everything we have. So they do that with all of our food as well. So there's something called Codex. So you can look it up. And these things, these levels that they've allowed shouldn't be that high ever. They are set way too high. Now, the reason that we have so many increases in pathogens we talked about yesterday, which is the biofilm. Who did not hear me talk yesterday? Okay, so biofilm, you know it as the plaque in your teeth. But biofilm is responsible for 80% of all disease and infection. It relates to bad bacteria that excretes sugars and creates a chain link fence that you can't penetrate with any bleach, disinfectant, anything. And also if you picture 1,000 sheets of plastic wrap, you can't, if you throw anything at it, you can't get to it. And then the other thing that happens, and the reason that the biofilm keeps replenishing, is because they have what's called persister cells. And these persister cells, if something persists, what does it do? It just comes back over and over again. So this biofilm community is food and shelter, not just for bad bacteria that turn into pathogens like MRSA, E. coli, Salmonella, et cetera. It's also the bacteria call all of their mold friends and fungal friends and viral friends, and they all frolic in this biofilm in a very self-contained, impenetrable fortress. So the moral of the story is we want to get rid of that. The other thing that is highly contaminatory is water. And we know this, right? If you've watched anything about water, you know that we get dirty water coming through our system. Even well water is dirty. Public water, well water. And what are they washing the lettuce in? The packaged lettuce that you buy that says triple washed. It's insane. It's just insane. Okay. And we're not going to talk about chemtrails. We all know what chemtrails, but if you think about the trails coming down onto the animals, the fruits, the vegetables, it's all there. And then, of course, yesterday we talked about the overuse of antibiotics. So now you have the antibiotics in the water, and you have it in the soil, which goes into the food, and it goes into the drinking water. I just briefly mentioned the workers not washing their hands. It's disgusting. Have you ever been like in a public restroom and somebody comes out of the stall and they don't wash their hands, and how gross like you think that is? Well, your food is 1,000 times worse. So, and then I talked about, the coolers that they store these things in are also contaminated, because the air exchange in these coolers, just like an airplane or whatever, is not good. And then the fertilizer. So here's a little stat for you. So you buy something organic and you go, oh, that's great. And maybe you think because you bought organic, I'll just rinse it with water. It's not a big deal. Well, they use sludge. They use organic sludge to grow these things. Okay. So you can imagine, as I'm learning about this stuff, I'm like, I don't want to buy anything anymore, like literally. So that has to do with things as well. Now, unfortunately, or fortunately for you, I cannot play this video, because if you see what's in strawberries, you would never buy a strawberry again. So, did anybody ever hear about Bill Gates' appeal? Okay. Has anybody seen it? Did you see any labels? I haven't seen any labels on. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So great appeal. So to mainstream, people go, oh, my food's going to last longer. Awesome. So bioengineering. Anybody know what anybody want to take a stab at what bioengineering means? Yep. What did you say? GMO for sure, but it goes far beyond that. So I'm going to pose this to you. I kind of knew that there was going to be a bioweapon ahead of time, intuitively. And because I am in the world of bacteria, I propose that they genetically modified bacteria. And that would be very logical and make the most sense, knowing what I know about bacteria and you're going to learn about bacteria. It's a very easy way for them to do it. And they have the technology. Because it created a bully antibody. And the best way to do that is with bacteria. So I'm in the natural arena, right? I go to the natural products show. The one in California is biggest show of the year. So I'm gearing up to go to the show, and I get their like natural magazine. Okay. And I'm like, oh, interesting, a new kind of stevia. And as I'm reading through this, I'm like, bioengineered stevia. You got to be kidding me. And the premise is, oh, this is the latest, greatest technology, and it's softer on your stomach, and it's just so much better. And this is being touted in the Natural magazine. Okay. So if you think that you are safe in buying natural products and everything, you're not, unfortunately. And it wasn't just the stevia. So I was supposed to go to not only that show, but another show, and they wanted me to get tested. Now, keep in mind, this other group has Dr. Mercola in it. And this was back in 22, I think, end of 22. And I'm not going to name the group, but you could probably Google and figure it out. But this is the top of the functional medicine group, okay, that is in this mind thing. And they send out a message and they said, oh, if you don't have proof of your V, then you will have to be tested. But, you know, we have vitamin D and C drips here. And I'm like, okay. And by the way, you probably will have to wear a mask if you don't want to be tested. And I again, they did the same thing at the largest natural food show. So what does that say to you? There's nowhere to go. I can't do this one either, and it's really cool. So what we can do, like if we get things sent afterwards, I'll try to see if we can send these links out, or if you take my card and ask me, I'll send the links out to the videos. There's a great one on biofilm too, to learn more, that was done by the Science Channel. Now, they're not just modifying stevia, they're also modifying our seeds and our soil that we plant and that we plant in. And it's gotten so bad that this is really going to scare you. So I have the Amish. I live not a couple hours from the Amish in Pennsylvania. And I was at a health conference displaying and near Harrisburg. And apparently one of their big people is bringing in big vats of Roundup, telling the Amish community that it is the best weed killer and very safe. So our last bastion of really pure food, not in all Amish communities, but it's hit a lot of them. Now, this is really important. Bioengineered genes and CRISPR. Anybody heard of CRISPR? Okay. Now, CRISPR is something that bacteria does very naturally. And I'm going to go into that now. And then I'm going to talk about what they've done with CRISPR. So I'm not going to go through that. You already know that. Now, they're genetically modifying animals. Pigs. This one was pigs. When they genetically modify with their CRISPR, they are modifying your genes and your DNA. CRISPR is on the stock exchange now. So Vertex Pharmaceutical was the very first one to get approval for CRISPR-9. As I delved deeper into Vertex, out of MIT, Harvard professor, okay? And by the way, the Harvard professor is a leading person on articles for artificial intelligence. Okay. And now we go a little further and look who's a partner with Vertex, Bayer Pharmaceuticals. Everybody knows what Bayer is, right? Okay. So not only are they editing genes, they're editing cells, they're editing DNA, and they're editing you. Now, what they are touting with this CRISPR-9 is that it's the second coming, and it's going to help you with your cancer and your arthritis and your autoimmune disease. So imagine how many people, when they get this in their body, what's going to happen? Now, we're going to get into the science lesson. Bear with me here. Now, yesterday, I talked about the fact that bacteria talk to each other, right? Okay. So what they do, a single cell sends out a signal. That's called, and so they sense each other through something called quorum sensing. All bacteria do this, good and bad. And with that quorum sensing, they start sending out a signal to connect with their brothers and sisters. And then they get to decide whether they do a good job or a bad job, whether they hurt you or help you. Okay? So this is kind of what it looks like. So you can see here, here's a single cell. And it says, hi, I'm here. And the other ones go, okay, we're coming. And then when they have enough of them, they perform their job. Now, when we get into this and quorum sensing, in Princeton, at Princeton University, guess what they're doing? They're trying to modify bacteria genetically to do this. Because their premise is, if we create this, now we can hijack the bacteria and help you. So bacteria can either help us or hurt us. Now, in this instance, and I put this up here for a reason, because everybody knows plaque on the teeth, right? Everybody. Let's get this out of here. So everybody knows plaque on the teeth. But in a situation here with autoinducers working against you, it's gingivitis and strep in your mouth. Okay. So all of this is taking place at the microscopic level that we talked about yesterday. And they are forming biofilm this way. Does this make sense? So they're talking to each other, they're gathering, and they're saying, oh, the job that we want to carry out here is we want to cause strep and gingivitis because there's no good bacteria monitoring us. Okay. But our spores that I talked about yesterday, our bacillus spores, when they're in your gut, they do the same thing. They use quorum sensing to talk to each other, and they have collaboration. Now, in understanding what type of bacteria is good and bad, we'll take it a step further. So a probiotic bacteria is gram positive. So when we think about probiotics, we think, okay, I have a positive bacteria, right? Gram negative is obviously what you would think it is, but that is also drug-resistant pathogens. How many minutes? Good. Okay, I'm almost done. So in any given environment, both exist. So what I found was really interesting. First of all, we share 6,000 types of bacteria with our dogs. Mm-hmm. And as humans, we share 40 genes of bacteria. And they found this out in cow research as well. So they did a lot of studies in that area. So there's a direct connection with spore bacteria and gene, and I want to make sure I get through this because it's really important. So we get to CRISPR. The way that bacteria work to your benefit, they do natural CRISPR. So what does that mean? Natural CRISPR is if, let's say, for instance, they identify that there is a pathogen there. What they'll do, and I call it a place card, they basically put a place card in your DNA to help alter the DNA of that gene. So it works in your favor, and that goes to epigenetics. Okay, so that is a natural function of spore bacteria. They all do it, they all help you that way, but so do the bad ones. So if, let's say, for instance, there's cholera, the bad ones will put a placeholder in to create more cholera. There is a yin yang to everything, right? So what happens in a virus, the same thing happens for a virus. They'll use CRISPR, whether it is a bacterial infection or a viral infection. It works both the same way. But what they want to do to us is they want to do the genetically modified, bioengineered CRISPR to do the same thing, and they're saying it does the exact same thing as your bacteria. But now you know that it's totally different. And the way that our stuff works is in an unfavorable environment, it will excrete lipids, hydrogen peroxide, everything. These spores are unbelievable in their ability to outcompete pathogens, and we talked about that yesterday. So the moral of the story is we need more soil spores in our lives, and the best way to get them is with those products right over there that get rid of biofilm, prevent it from coming back, but then do so much more that you know now. And I'm done.
Thank you, Heather. Great presentation. Okay, so we're going to invite up Ra Castaldo once again. And I'm going to tell them once again about you, okay? If I could get my notes here. Okay, so Ra Castaldo is a mystic, poet, musician, and radio host known for his ancestral lineage of dream seers and shamans, a call-bearer with psychic gifts heightened by a near-death experience in childhood. He found the mystical spiral and hosts Spiral Radio and Eye of Ra, exploring mysticism, healing, consciousness, ancestral roots, and mystic birth lineage. He creates and offers copper healing tools, gemstone jewelry, and crystals steeped in his metaphysical craftsmanship. At age 9, he experienced a near-death experience that significantly enhanced his innate spiritual sensitivity, expanding his access to dream prophecy, psychic vision, and interdimensional insights. And I invite you again to go see Ra's product. They're beautiful. His crystal products, the copper rings. I know one of your products actually you put around your water, right? You put around water when you're drinking it. So definitely check out his products. And I'm going to hand it over to you, Ra.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. How many people were here yesterday? All right, good. So I don't have to do like a background on myself. I'm just going to get right into the information so I don't lose time. Let me see. All right. I'm a little bit better prepared today. So we're going to do some plasma symbology today, and we're going to get into a little bit of continuation of what I was doing yesterday. All right, what we're talking in school basically is very archaic. The universe is 99.99% plasma. Oh, sorry. It probably will go through them. I'll click more on them And I think it's just gonna run through it for some reason. Let me see if I can pause it. Yep, you're right. I did this a few minutes ago, so. All right. So, in my opinion, plasma is the Akashic field. It's everything. It's stringing everything together on a galactic scale. It's measured in millions of light years, and that's exactly how they'd explained it in ancient Egypt, as a boat of millions of years. And all the definitions of gods of mythology, the gods of thunder, gods of solar storms, gods of stellar winds, gods of the sun, it's all advanced knowledge of our plasma universe. What we are taught about the sun, why is it not pausing? Why is it? I had it on pause. It's like unpausing. I don't know. All right, what are we taught about this sun in school is also very archaic. We're told it's a hydrogen gas sphere. It's actually hotter than that. It's a plasma sphere, a plasma star, where the electrons are stripped away and sentient and moving, right? All suns and stars are plasma. They are streaming rivers of plasma. And these rivers, they are rivers of, you can look at them as rivers of light. You can look at them as just rivers of wind. You can look at them as rivers of information, messages of the sun. They're all rivers of light that contain codes of life and death. They contain the codes of creation, sustenance, evolution, dissolution, and rebirth. The sun is the scarab, the Kepra, self-produced, self-sufficient, and reborn. The sun with his wings is a common theme of worship of the Egyptians, the Assyrians, the Hittites, even Mesoamerican tribes. This represents the powers of the solar wind and the streams of plasma. Each sun and star are streaming rivers of plasma that form a confluence of one big celestial ocean. This celestial ocean is talked about in almost every religion, almost every mythology, almost every culture, from the Hindu to the Hopi, from the Pharaoh Unas of the pyramid text entering into the Duat, to having paid the Grim Reaper to cross the Plasma River Styx, Hercules and his labors, the way Black Elk of the Sioux tribe describes his near-death experience, the way Carl Jung describes his, right down to my experience in 1987. We are all discussing the celestial ocean, the river of plasma, the river of light, ultimately where our souls go. As my path becoming a rishi, I have become to learn the language of the light. These streams of plasma, or lights of the universe, rivers of light from the sun, are connected literally to the spinal current of humanity. In my opinion, from my own experience and research, our very souls are a blue plasma light that enters into the head of the baby in the womb. It wraps around the spine and impulses information spiraling up the spine to the back of the brainstem and floods the mind with knowledge. Some cultures call this the Kundalini, different things like this. This knowledge will contain info from other lifetimes, electric fire type symbols, certain interests. It'll impulse you throughout your life, all different things it'll give you. Through ancient solar yoga, creative expression, mantras, we can stimulate and build our connection to these streams of divine light. When we say and hear the Om or the Aum, this is like the heartbeat of the sun, the breath of the sun, aligning with this rhythm and the frequency of this light. Sanskrit is basically a manifestation of the inner sun worlds, a language of telepathic symbols, codes, and understanding that's brought into this physical reality to align us with the primal sounds of nature and the universe. They eloquently state in Vedic writing that Sanskrit was derived from the sound of Shiva's cosmic drum, and ultimately that is the sun. Truly a language of the gods. When I use the word gods, now you guys got to understand, it could be described as celestial lights or sentient plasma, suns, stars, angels, deities, nebulas, galaxies, quasars, pulsars. They're all lights of the heavens. They're all the gods, the deities. They're all attendants of the gods. Even the Vedic Madruts are related to coronal mass ejections and solar wind. The Rishi learns the universal language of this light consciousness and reflects that back into the physical reality. The universe unfolds through light and sound. And this is one of the most profound insights of the Vedas and solar yoga, the unity of water, light, and sound, understanding the sound of the light, the music of God, the harmony of the universe. To begin to receive this light language of the universe, music of the sun, the Rishi must first enter into a state of samadhi. A state of samadhi basically is like a higher state of consciousness. And when you get into this higher state of consciousness, it's almost like getting to an 8 hertz shamanic state. And then you can start to learn the language of the light and receive the light. And once you start to talk to the light and understand it, you can start to manifest things in this physical reality. The light is received in samadhi. And remember, when I use the terms light and sound as well, these are universal laws. and principles of the cosmos, not just as seeing light or hearing sound. And Arishi learns to see the mantra, to see and hear the sound of the light, to understand the streams of information that's pulsating to the Rishi from the sun. As I began to follow my path as a Rishi, I have began having frequent telepathic visits from various intelligences and also encounters in this physical reality. I was guided to start working at certain megalithic sites. I'm gonna show you guys right here. Yeah, it went black. I know, shut off for a second. Why is it not on? I don't know what happened. That's what happens when you're trying to give some information out. It went black on me and I just charged it. Hold on, let me see if I do this. Give me a second. All right. So there we go. See? Don't panic. All right. So this right here is one of the megalithic sites that I've been working at since the 80s. Right here is in North Salem, New York, Balanced Rock. It's about 40 minutes from where we are right now. And what you see here is 90 tons of red granite. It's a megalithic dolmen, and the red granite's not from anywhere near the Hudson Valley, so they called it a glacial erratic at first, but now it's considered an ancient site and a dolmen. This site is on a magnetic anomaly. There's a book called The Seeds of Plenty, Stones of Plenty, Seeds of Knowledge by John Burke from the late 80s or 90s, I think it was. I have it at home. He did with Dr. Bruce Cornett, he did a magnometer, I think it's called, where they measured the magnetic anomaly here. And there's a -400 gamma magnetic anomaly that comes out from beneath here. I'm not sure if there's some sort of magnetic stone, like a lodestone or something put beneath the ground in a chamber, but I know there's underground water on this spot. And when you got a spot that's made of granite like this, forget about this fact that this looks like Sekhmet. You see the eye, the nose, the chin line, the ear, the headdress, right? We'll get to that in a second. I have a picture. Sekhmet is the god of the solar storms. She was the one that brought devastation and healing. And this is a spot that has an archaeoastronomy alignment on winter solstice, winter solstice morning, sunrise. The sun sits on top of the head. If you go to my website, I have it. I can pull it up if I have the time. If you go to my website, themysticalspiralstore.com, in the menu, you'll see there's a lot of free information. On winter solstice morning, it starts right here, the sun, and it rises right up top to the head like a headdress. That's exactly how Sekhmet is shown, with the sun on top of her head and at the side profile like that. The Balanced Rock of North Salem, New York. So you guys see Sekhmet right there. That, I don't know if that's a coincidence, but it looks like an effigy to me. And on the other side, it's a completely different dolmen. It's a tabletop dolmen. It looks just flat. So this side is completely carved. This is the side that faces. The other side goes off a cliff. So this is the side that would be the ceremonial side. Ancient Aliens did do a short, I think they hired Hugh Newman, who's a friend of mine. He's a friend of Maria Wheatley, who I'm very close with. I don't know Hugh myself, but they asked Hugh to do the documentary for this spot, but I've been going to this spot since the 80s. And I also did a documentary with filmmaker Eric Swanson that you could find, and it's a lot longer than the Ancient Alien one, so it's a little bit more in depth. I highly recommend you guys check that out. So at this site, I've been going there on winter solstice for about 15 years now. I also worked with Richard Hoagland and a few other people were part of the project, where Maria Wheatley was at Stonehenge and I was at this site, and we were doing radio connections and stuff like that. So I've been featured on the Richard Hoagland show a few times with Professor Chandra Robinson. You guys can check out where I talk about this site. It's communicating with the streams of plasma. This is where I received a revelation, some sort of like ecstasy type of moment, where I was shown that the sun is literally handing down coronal mass ejection loops, just like it's shown in Akhenaten. I'm gonna pass this around. This, you guys see, this is a coronal mass ejection loop. I'm a senior undergraduate in plasma physics, so I can explain a little bit like an easy way, guys, to understand it. The sun has internal stress, and that starts getting entangled. As magnetic field lines get entangled, they release these bursts of loops and mass into space. These are Ankh loops. This is the most divine symbol of the ancient world. You'll see it in ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt, when you see a god, he literally represents the sun. His arms, now we're talking about the arms of the sun, will be carrying these Ankh loops. You'll always see them also in like Sumerians. Even this is Gobekli Tepe. This is solar symbology here. And you see these are twisting magnetic field lines. And he's carrying the basket waters of the heavens. All of this has to do with solar symbology, twisting magnetic field lines, carrying the water basket of the heavens. So many people have been trying to translate these over the years. It has to do with solar symbology. This is Anthony Perrott. You guys have probably seen the petroglyphs that Anthony Perrott, this is from Anthony Perrott's plasma experiment right here, and the petroglyphs all over the world that has the symbology. Most likely this is a worldwide universal solar event that everybody witnessed. Streaming auroras, plasma cones, all of the symbology you'll see universally in petroglyphs all over the world like this. All over the world. And, you know, so this is from Anthony Perrott's research right here, but from my own discoveries, I was shown that the coronal mass ejection is literally the same as this. These are twisting magnetic field lines that are forming rings, loops. This is all divine solar knowledge, right? These are sun's magnetic field lines are in constant motion, and they can become entangled and twisted by the convection of plasma and differential rotation of the sun. Within the sun, its powerful magnetic field lines can explosively release these massive Ankh loops or rings, and they eject into space. And in Hindu, they call this the Pasha. Let me show you real quick. So this is the Pasha of Hindu. Now, most likely when you see these red giant beings, they represent the sun, right? This is all solar symbology. Look, the guy's like providing shade. The swirling vortex of the sun most likely is the multiple arms. And you see every arm is holding an attribute and technology of the sun. Ganesha right here is holding golden loops, and they're twisting loops, twisting cords that form these golden loops. And how do they describe it? They describe it as a golden noose that is literally lassoing souls and pulling them into the celestial waters. And that's the most eloquent metaphor you can say for a coronal mass ejection, because I don't believe they're just solar storms. They're a delivery system for souls right from the portal of the sun into our magnetosphere. They're pulled from our magnetosphere right into the womb of the mother, and it wraps around the spine of the baby. I only have 2 minutes left, right? How much? More? Okay. So in Egypt and in Vedic and in Hindu, the deity literally represents the sun itself. And they're shown carrying these loops, these Pasha loops, right? And there's an example of the 18th dynasty. You guys might have seen it yesterday in case you guys haven't. This is Akhenaten. He's from the 18th dynasty. And you can see literally arms of the sun handing down those loops to the solar king. Most likely, he's also offering his child up to the Ankh loop. I don't know if it's a sacrifice or however you want to look at it, but it looks like the child is offering itself up to that loop as well in that depiction. So the North Pole and the South Pole are the main entrance points into the magnetosphere. This is some of the most important points in mythology, the North Pole and the South Poles. And I do believe that's one of the most entrance points for information in our planet and for souls. And these golden loops, as depicted here, are also held by Varuna. In Hindu and Sanskrit, you'll see Varuna right here. This is Varuna. Sometimes it's called the Varuna Pasha. And you can see Varuna right here is also holding twisting loops that form that golden noose. And they use it to remove the evil on earth and to carry souls into the celestial waters. And you see he's traveling. What rules the swampy seas? A crocodile, right? Well, he's traveling to the swampy waters of earth, the swampy, dense matter of earth that he rules, right? So that's the Varuna Pasha. And who is Varuna in Vedic? Does anybody know who Varuna is in Vedic and Sanskrit? He's the god of the waters, but if you really know more specifically, he's the god of the solar waters, the god of the sun waters, and he's carrying a golden noose. So, and a water jug, water basket. So, and he's carrying, what does he have on his head? A crown. I do believe that crown represents the poles, and he's carrying a coronal mass ejection loop to Earth, to the poles specifically, which creates the auroras, right? So when you go into basically the deity represents the sun. I said that, and usually Ganesha holds it. You know, he releases these snakes to remove all the evil on earth with this as well. And the snakes or the naga are a common theme in plasma symbology, and many species of plasma are different nagas or garudas. It's related to Berkeley current physics, and even in Egypt, or they have the snake or the solar asp. You'll see in what that young lady right there is looking at right now. You'll see even on the sun, and sometimes on the pharaoh, they'll have what they call the solar asp, or the uraeus, or the basilisk in Greek. This is a snake, right? And this is how the electricity moves through the plasma waves, like a snake through the waters, right? The naga represents that. The asp in Egypt, it's a common symbology representing Berkeley current plasma physics. They're messenger of the sun. It's also depicted in Greek with Apollo. Apollo is shown holding dolphins on leashes, right? So dolphins on leashes. Apollo is the sun god, and he calls his dolphins the messengers of the sun. And he's holding them on leashes like this, like they're magnetic field lines, right? And the dolphins are diving through the plasma waters as he's holding them on magnetic field lines. I mean, all of that is not primitive symbology. It's advanced knowledge that we need now. We need this knowledge to understand that we're spiritually connected to what's coming from the sun. It's related to the spiritual domain of who we are. We are affected by solar storms. We're affected by everything that's pulsating from the light. It's changing us. Garudas are a species of plasma. I believe they're related to the magnetospheres. They're protectors of planetary systems. You have one of the most giant Garudas in our solar system, the Jovian Garuda. And that's the Jupiter magnetosphere, which is one of the biggest structures in our solar system, the Jovian magnetosphere. And our magnetosphere gets its plasma mostly from the solar wind. If you guys don't know, the solar wind is what creates the shape of our magnetosphere. It stretches it out on the night side. Well, the Jovian magnetosphere gets its plasma from a moon, from Io, from a volcanic moon. All the volcanic explosions coming from the moon, the magnetosphere of Jupiter takes that and makes it into its magnetosphere and stretches it out. It's giant, right? So all of this is intense information. And I believe Garudas are a species of plasma related to the magnetospheres and the protection. Even the way they describe it, Garudas and Naga come from the same origins. They're both plasma origins, right? And Garudas are described as protecting from the Naga and also eating the Naga as sometimes. This is what the magnetosphere does. It eats some of those electricity coming in from the plasma waves. It takes in some of that and creates auroras, right? So Garudas are most likely magnetospheres. This is just a taste of the universal plasma symbology that I can do. I don't know, how much time do I have? Oh, cool. Really? Nice. So we also have spots. Do I have it here? I don't know if I have Callanish. Callanish, if you guys want to look it up, Callanish is a stone circle in Scotland. Now, the Callanish stone circles are really incredible. Some of the oldest stones on the planet. They're gneiss granite. Really incredible, right? I think it rivals Stonehenge. It's most likely more ancient than Stonehenge. And Callanish in Scotland is a place where there's auroras. So obviously it's a place where there's breakthroughs in the magnetosphere. And at certain times of the year, you can see aurora displays over Callanish. There's an incredible mythology that goes along with the Callanish stone circles. They talk about on summer solstice or midsummer's eve, how the shining one walks up the avenue of stone, heralded by the cuckoo's call, right? It's a beautiful, beautiful metaphor. And if you look into plasma physics, it's an eloquent and beautiful description of the way that we receive the music from the sun, and how also the birds are broadcasting what's in the magnetic shield around our planet, the music of the sun, right? Let me pause that. This doesn't have to do what I'm talking about right now. That's a call birth from yesterday. That's the way I was born, inside the call like that. But so the Callanish has this symbology that talks about how on midsummer's night, the shining one walks up the avenue of stone, heralded by the cuckoo's call. right? So we have, and this is going to be a little bit hard to explain. I'm going to try to do it really simple. We have around our planet, our magnetosphere, we have something called an electron-driven chorus. So electron-driven chorus is literally the music that's coming from the sun. It's being sent into the magnetosphere. The sun takes it in, and it makes sounds like a cuckoo calling, like a hoopoo bird, like a woodpecker. And it makes specific sounds that these woodpeckers and cuckoos and hoopoo birds make right before dawn, right pre-sunrise. And if you go out, nowadays it's not as potent as it was when I was younger in the early 80s. But when I was a kid in the early 80s, you would hear just beautiful birdsong all throughout the Hudson Valley. And right before dawn, right before the sun comes out, the birds start doing calls that they don't do any other time of day, right? They're letting you know that the music, the dance of the first light of dawn is coming, right? And the magnetic shield is playing the same song. It's making these same calls. It's been recorded. And birds have magnetite in their brains. So most likely the birds are in tune, sensing the inner vibration of the music in the magnetic shield, in the magnetosphere, coming right from the sun. And they're broadcasting this in nature right before dawn. Now, when they broadcast this, it actually communicates with the plant cell's stomata. Stomata is when what's inside of a plant, it makes them open up and receive the light and grow and flourish. So the sun is literally sending information, music, that opens up the plants. It opens up to receive the light. And the birds, most likely the fish, if you look into dolphins and fish, they gather right before dawn, they gather at sunset, and they make more clicks, they're more active, they're talking more, right? Most likely they're talking about what's in the magnetic field, the music that the sun is sending. And what does Callaniche have? On Midsummer Night, they talk about how the Shining One, everybody's talking about the Shining Ones are the Anunnaki, or the Shining One's the sun. And they're saying the Shining One walks up the avenue of stone, the ray of lights coming towards Callaniche, heralded by the cuckoo's call, heralded by the music that's in the magnetosphere. Isn't that a beautiful metaphor that they have? They literally talk about in the ancient times, how would they know what's intuitively in the magnetosphere, right? Only if you're highly intuitive to nature, right? Only if you can communicate with the light from the sun. Right? That's what we need to start doing. I recommend people really start doing some sun yoga, right? You don't have to gaze at the sun, but I wouldn't go out at dawn. That's like when it's most potent. I mean, I would go out dawn at first. I wouldn't go out at midday. The sun, it's really potent. That's for like experienced people. But right at dawn, sometimes you can go out just for a few seconds at first. And you guys want to contact me privately, I can show you ways to do solar yoga. I actually speak at the Universal Peace Conference in India each year. It's run by a guy called the Sun Yogi, Uma Sankar. And whether you believe it or not, he can actually feed off the sun for multiple weeks without eating. And he's been tested before, and he doesn't recommend it, actually. He said he doesn't progress spiritually when he does this, but it's something that a sage needs under his hat in case he gets stranded in the Himalayas. There's no food, no water. He's out there and he gets stranded. It's something they need, something they've adapted over the years. His name is Uma Sankar. I've had him on my show. I've been friends with him. I've gone to India a couple of times and met him. They're really cool. So I think that's about it that I can get into right now. And there's so much more, but I really appreciate you guys having me here. I'll be here all day. So if you guys want to have a conversation with me, I'm here. Thank you for Lori for connecting me as well. You guys are beautiful.
So much. That was so, what I thought was so one of the coolest things. It's all cool, but I love how you explained to everyone about how the soul.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right.
And I'm sorry about the computer. My wife did that little thing for me. I don't use computers much. I don't like technology so much. So.
Well, you did a great job. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to invite up again Laura Eisenhower. Where is Laura? Is Laura here? Is she in the house? I just texted her. And you guys, we're going to do the raffle right at the end before we do the Q&A. So make sure you have your raffle tickets for the t-shirts. We're going to do that. So let's see. Well, I'll just tell you a little bit about Laura just to kind of refresh you. I know most of us are familiar with her and her work, but Laura is a researcher, author, and an astrologer. She's an internationally acclaimed speaker who has presented her work worldwide. She is the great-granddaughter of President Dwight David Eisenhower, and she reveals exopolitical information about his administration that has been largely held in secrecy. She is considered by many to be one of North America's leading researchers and experts on health, exopolitics, alchemy, metaphysics, astrology, and galactic history. Laura works to free us from the 3D holographic time loop, false archonic systems and military-industrial complex, and exposes hidden agendas so we can take our power back. Feeling a calling regarding her mission since she was a child, she has gained incredible insight through her wilderness adventures, psychic development, and has been connecting major dots about how to guide us into higher energies. She has a deep understanding of Gaia Sophia and our divine blueprint, Christ Sophia, and how they connect to the Venus transits, Earth grids, global alchemy, DNA, and ET races. Her passion is to inspire unity consciousness and bring us back to the 0 point unified field, the totality of our divine powers. And do you have any of your books left here? So how can, I just want to let everyone know. cccpublishing.com. And I strongly suggest you read her book. It is fascinating. So without further delay, Laura, the stage is yours. Just put her hands. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of a long bio, but and it's just like a reminder, and people that already know don't need to be reminded. So a lot of that bio is what a lot of you are embodying and living, and that's where it's at. I mean, it's what I love about coming to events like this and just being with like-minded individuals and warriors. So amazing. Okay, so hold on a second. I'm going to go into a little bit about the Mars recruitment and my great-grandfather, who I hope I don't tear up. Oh, man, I've been so emotional lately. Ah. Thank you. No, it's just, gosh. Oh, that's sweet of you. All right. Slideshow. So that's my website. And I already talked about where I get my information from. And I added the link if people want to know more about who the aviary is. And the aviary are connected to actually MJ12, and they were the recruiters. So I wasn't in the SSP. I'm not a super soldier. I didn't go through what a lot of people have gone through with secret space programs or SRA, but I'm here, you know, as an advocate. I'm here to help bring voice to the horrific crimes against humanity. And I know you're all advocates too, and warriors for similar things. So Brad and I, we have some connecting dots with our research. So the whole concept of Alternative 3 is connected to this Mars recruitment. And the reason I'm going into this is it's just to sort of help bring light to what we're currently dealing with when it comes to timelines, when it comes to PSYOPs, when it comes to any form of manipulation. So it was an early recruitment. I was pre-targeted before birth, and I always felt this strange attention on me. And I didn't know what it was. I thought I was just screwing up all the time, which I do still, but this was different. There was some kind of weaponry, some kind of attention, some kind of targeting, and I felt it at a very young age. But I also felt into my mission. And throughout my life, I found out more and more about why I was targeted and what this is all about. But the thing is, the whole human race is targeted. So I might have my own unique form of it, but we all are targeted. The whole human race is targeted. So anybody who comes here with a voice or develops their voice or finds their truth is on the radar. I mean, they have ways to pick up on that. So the reason they found out about me coming in is an interesting thing. I'm not going to get too much into it, but it was an early recruitment. So it culminated in this event that took place in 2006 when I met this person. So in 2006, I was approached to go to Mars through a man I call Agent X. His name is Richard Dell. He's my ex. So it doesn't matter at this point if I share names because I already exposed everybody that was involved in the program. And this is oh shit, right, we're streaming. It's all good. How many people with that name exist, right? So it doesn't really matter because we can all hold a collective prayer for individuals like him that were manipulated to think that they were doing something good for the human race. I mean, this was a very, very intelligent, profound individual. And this is why I'm kind of bringing this up. Not so much about my story, but the fact that this exists. There is so much compartmentalization. There are so many well-intentioned people who think that they are serving humanity. And they don't realize that they're under the deep state umbrella, that they're being manipulated. There's artificial telepathy. And I was picking up on that with him, that he was being beamed information that was not legit. Then I started really learning about my labs, military abductions, not real abductions with actual extraterrestrials. So this is around the time that I began to hear about Carrie Cassidy and Project Camelot, and I met a bunch of other whistleblowers, and I was like, oh, thank God. Thank God. Anyway, what was the proposal? It was to travel to a U.S. government base on Mars, allegedly built through hidden black budget projects as a survival plan known as Alternative 3. This was something presented to the Eisenhower administration. And the details of all that are not easy to find. What I've come to understand is it came from Zetas, and we're not talking benevolent. And Carrie has brought a lot of attention to people like Dan Burish who talk about the P-45s, the P-52s, and their extraterrestrials in the future that have come back to give us information. So I'm not going to get into details about it because it's not the easiest thing to wrap one's head around. But this was proposed to the Eisenhower administration. I'll talk about alternatives 1 and 2 as well. But it just so happened when I came in, it was time to colonize Mars. And we're talking about bases on the moon and Mars that were established in the 30s. When the life on Mars was pretty much destroyed because of Maldek explosion, there were civilizations that these colonies supposedly were being refurbished to be able to occupy. From what Andrew Basiago has talked about, who is part of Project Pegasus, was that most of these bases were underground. And he talks about the surface of Mars and some of the interesting things that he saw. People sometimes think I went to Mars. What was it like? I'm like, I never went to Mars. In a past life, yeah. But unless I have like the red dust on my feet when I wake up in the morning, I can't say. And in this lifetime, I don't know. I can only go by, the whistleblowers and other people that have either served a 20 and back or went there in the way Andrew Basiago did with Project Pegasus. Anyway, throughout my whole life, though, I felt a powerful inner knowing that my life's mission would to be here on Earth and stay here on Earth, because I'm thinking, why would we have to leave this planet? It was proposed to me in a very positive kind of way. It was a survival colony. Everything's going to shit. This is for your protection. He was somebody that they pulled into their group and pretty much were controlling him. And he was experiencing all sorts of things that he thought were alien abductions. And anyway, so I was trying to convince him to stay on Earth with me. They used looking glass technologies to locate us in a past life, and they saw that we had a hierogamic sacred union relationship, and they wanted to hijack that. They didn't want us to be a couple on Earth. And so the more I got to know this situation, the more it really hit me. We're all targeted. If you've been in a relationship, you know it's not easy, right? you got to go through thick and thin. And yes, the vows say that, you know, through better, for worse, through thicker and thin, through alien abductions and SSP recruitment, you know. Anyway, we did a Celtic hand fast and it was a year and a day. And yeah, it ended pretty much towards the middle. But anyway, he seemed to know a lot about my path from overlapping sources. They allegedly used remote viewing and time travel devices to track me and us as a couple. And the only time he revealed this to me was on one occasion when he unplugged all the devices from the batteries from devices like computers, phones, everything in the house. They waited to really push this on me after I moved in with him. So anyway, I sensed a dark force manipulating events, trying to stay ahead of our organic union. And if I hadn't come across Carrie and other whistleblowers and researchers, it would have been really, really hard. But I was guided through this from my higher self, from my intuition, from dreams. And so when I met and got to know other whistleblowers, I was like, oh, thank God. Really helped me to put the puzzle pieces together. So anyway, it was a test. The recruitment was personal and persistent, framed as a pioneering journey for humanity's future. Later, I realized the deeper motive, to remove me from Earth so I could not fulfill the role I sensed since childhood, which is helping to anchor the Great Awakening. Choosing to stay was both an act of discernment and of destiny. Sorry if I seem a little bit out of breath. I have a little bit of allergic reaction to something I ate. So Eisenhower prophecy and interception. I was told by someone who revealed to me about the recruiters that President Eisenhower had been briefed. A future descendant would come in connected to the star beings. They claimed they had intercepted this information, one of the defectors of the group of individuals that were recruiting me. And this was one of the reasons I was pre-targeted before birth. They presented it as for my protection, but now I see it as an effort to derail my mission. And my mission is not mine. I don't own a mission. My mission is us. It's not about me. It's about all of us. It's about how we come together. It's about how we support one another. It's about truth. It's about supporting what's right in the world. So I'm so honored to be at this incredible location and to meet you. And everywhere I look, I'm just like, amazed. And I look forward to the rest of the tour. I know JP took a video in case anything happens, but it's incredible to be here. It is so incredible to be here. Yeah. So one of the recruiters was connected to Zero Point Energy. He's a physicist. He's a well-known physicist, and his name is Hal Puthoff. Some of you might have heard of him. And I wouldn't consider him a bad guy. I don't consider the aviary bad people. After really getting to know my ex, I knew that he believed in what he was doing. And I think a lot of the individuals that he was working with believed in what they were doing. And we're talking about a very, very slow grooming process that's generational. And this is what we see in this humanity, is things are passed down from our parents. And a lot of us are rebels, right? Didn't really listen to anyone. But you know, indoctrination and deeper seated things are passed down, including timelines, including the trajectory. Whether we're prepared for it or not, it doesn't matter. It's thrown at us. It's something that we're steered into, with what, like we've seen with COVID. So supposedly in 2014, that was when an alien invasion, one of their plans to do an alien invasion was shut down. And I'm sure there's other dates. I'm sure they're trying to plan something now. And they're like, God, there's so many people that are awake. And they're calling us out and they don't fall for this shit. And they're like analyzing every little shred of everything we do now. This is like, we just have stupid toys and we look like the biggest assholes. Like, what are we doing? So whatever plans they have into the future, it's not going to go very well. Anyway, the physicist advisor in his group was his hero for the Zero Point Energy and remote viewing. My partner constantly warned me about future cataclysms on Earth and a plan to escape to Mars. He framed it as a special opportunity. I hoped our love would eclipse the Mars talk, not realizing the group's power over him. So I couldn't talk him out of it. I had to just leave. So as much as we had this union, And I felt it immediately. That's why I thought we met in the organic way. I thought, I don't know why he's talking about this Mars thing. I'm not going to go, but maybe that's something like later in the future and everybody's going to know about it kind of thing. I'm just like, no, don't tell anybody. It's like, oh, don't tell me to not tell anybody because hello. Anyway, and I didn't do it to hurt anyone. I did it because the human race deserves to know what the heck's going on behind the scenes. And yes, so there might be stuff going on Mars, but we're all committed to this Earth. We're committed to this country. We're committed to family, to Christ, to everything sacred. And we are defenders of all that's sacred. And I remember hearing a voice in my head constantly, you'll find your people. You might feel alone, but you're going to find your people. And you guys are my people. So, and so anyway, as time went on, he revealed more about his secret life. He belonged to a group involved in this remote viewing alien abductions called the Aviary. The deeper he shared, the more I realized how complex and shadowy this world really is. The Aviary. The recruiting faction described itself as the Aviary. I found out later they're connected to MJ-12. It appeared to include well-intentioned people, but was deeply infiltrated and compromised. So I witnessed internal battles and conflicting motives inside the group. Months into the engagement, he confessed he was an agent for the group sent to find me. So that whole like, oh my God, we met by the fire. So we were playing the drums. We're so connected and we just stayed up all night talking. That kind of went out the window, except for the fact that we definitely had a connection. But I thought it was just synchronistic. I'm like, oh, finally, love in my life, like legit love. I was so happy. And happiness usually just like gets ripped away. But there's a deeper contentment in the work that we're all doing, right? So whatever about happiness, right? Love. I'm over it. Anyway, someone later revealed that the group had a list of men tagged to approach me or act as plants. And this happened throughout my life. There were individuals that came into my life that were groomed or manipulated, and some that weren't, but were easily targeted into becoming something they weren't. And you guys might have experienced this in your life where somebody just takes a 360-degree turn. All of a sudden, you're with somebody and it's like, who is that person? It's not the same person. It's just not the same person. So they engineer events to trip people like us up. And you might have experienced that. And the thing is, they know that the human race is we're loving people. Our deepest soul and heart as humans is very loving. And they know that if they can convince us that it was us, then we're going to be forever self-punishing, guilty, and responsible, which is fine because we can be redeemed, we can ask for forgiveness, and we can overcome. But it's a lot to wrap one's head around engineered events that you realize, whoa, that really wasn't me at all. But you don't want to blame it, right? You know, when you're arguing with your partner, like, I was targeted last night and I didn't mean to say that. So it's one of those things. There's partial truth to it, but the greatest truth is that we can override it and we can notice it because it's not just individual. It's coming through the 5G towers. It's coming through the geoengineering. It's coming through fake news. It's coming through AI, CGI, all these different things, as we know. And there are ways to work with that technology and not have it control us. So it's not all about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I never like that phrase, or killing two birds with a stone. It's like, oh, it's terrible. But anyway, sorry, just thought of that. So anyway, Agent X admitted he was tasked with the mission to recruit me for Mars. We didn't meet in an organic way that was specific to me. So he described a lot of disturbing incidents. He described bizarre events, including skinned animal drained of blood. He claimed there was radiation at the scene that harmed his health. I didn't like where all this was heading. He was bleeding out of every orifice. He was dealing with some kind of abduction scenario that I later found out was not legitimate. It was my labs. And if there was gray involvement, that was a small part of it. He was researching this stuff. And because he had had an encounter, the Aviary recruited him in, used artificial telepathy to convince him to pull me in to go to Mars. Because he had already had an experience with UFOs and the witnessing of animals being drained, they figured he's already having some kind of contact. So why don't we artificially send him information and convince him to do something? And so I was picking up on all this, and I had nobody to talk to. And then when I started to watch Carrie Cassidy, Project Camelot, and I began to meet whistleblowers and researchers, again, I started to connect a lot of dots, and I felt a lot better about my decision to get the F away, because that's what I ended up doing. I refused to go. And once they realized that I refused to go, it got really, really bad for me. So anyway, who are the Aviary? The group he served under was known as the Aviary, described as scientists, military, and intelligence operatives interested in UFOs, telepathy, mind control, and psychotronic weapons. That part of it was added later. You will never find information about the Aviary that includes that. There wasn't a website put out about these guys until about 2010. But it explained everything when this website finally came out. I'm like, yes, that's what they were doing. That's what they were doing to him. Yeah, he would disappear for days and not remember. He would get codes over the phone, disappear, come back, and not really have any recollection. He referred to a handler. They said they have a handler for me. And I would joke and be like, I just only want you to hold my hand, handler. And like, I think I saw that in some movie. Like, what is this? Anyway, so this group has now been exposed for MILABs, black ops, drugging, harassment, and implanting false alien abduction memories. So I expected that that was what he was dealing with and why I had to leave. The communications coming through felt like artificial telepathy, not genuine ET contact. And I tried to tell him this. I'm like, you're turning into something. I would order rare earth magnets and stick it on certain parts of his body, like researching where did they implant? Where would he be getting this communication? He's like, what are you doing? You know, like, and I was like, why don't you go in the pool? Let's have a conversation. And I was trying everything. I had no clue how to handle this situation. I had 2 small children, single parenting mostly, twins. So, and it's just like, there's no way I can picture us going to Mars, right? We are here for a reason. We all know when we come together here, we share this incredible purpose. So I declined the Mars mission and continued the path I knew was mine. By remaining here, I was able to share my message about sovereignty, disclosure, and planetary awakening. This experience became a key chapter in my life's work, exposing hidden programs and affirming our freedom to shape Earth's future. And that's the thing, because we're writing the script here. We are. And there's incredible leadership now that we have the ability to really understand. So I'm not going to talk anymore about it, but alternatives 1, 2, and 3, just to give you a little bit more information. When President Eisenhower was in office, he commissioned a secret society, supposedly known as the Jason Society in 1955, which is considered to be a branch of MJ-12. Truman established MJ-12 while in office, but I've come to find out that this was like in the 1930s, but it wasn't called MJ-12, right? The Jason Scholars were created to sift through all the facts, evidence, technology, lies, and deception, and find the truth of the alien question. So alternatives 1 and 2, I thought that slide talked about it. The first one is about blowing a hole in the ionosphere, right? For pollution to escape. The second one is about underground bases, a survival underground, right? And you can research that. A lot of people have built unbelievable underground facilities. I'm not talking about underground bases where they do experimentation, but survival colonies. So this was all being proposed to groom humanity into accepting some kind of Armageddon. And we see all this in predictive programming and with a lot of news of just doom and gloom, doom and gloom, doom and gloom. They want us to create that. So we've talked about this. We talk about this a lot, that they cannot create, so they use us. And we basically battery up the artificial timelines by allowing our belief systems to attach, which is the Neptune multidimensional creative imagination that they harvest and siphon from us to engineer and bring life to a timeline that isn't our future, isn't our true future, is not our true potential. So Alex Collier talks about how the NSA is exempt from all laws in the United States unless the NSA itself is specifically mentioned in any creation of law. It is completely separate, yet our tax dollars are funding it. There is also a great deal of private money used by the NSA to build the alien technology and to keep humanity under control and keep the status quo secure. Even the CIA doesn't know much about the Ultra or Blue Moon units of the NSA. These are the two highest units the NSA has that deals directly with alien technology and information. So there's a lot more to this kind of history. Somebody made this meme. I don't know how it ended up in this presentation, but side effects from watching Cosmic Gaia before all my channels got taken down. Anyway, so this goes back. We mentioned Crowley and different things that have taken place in our Earth history that aren't that long ago, where the Greada Treaty is used to cover all this up. Blame Eisenhower for signing treaties with the Greys, 1955, 1954. But in actual fact, this happened much earlier. And he basically inherited the alien problem but couldn't do a whole lot about it until Val Thor came along. So Lisa Renee, energeticsynthesis.com is where I got this information about, I think the next slide or two. Definitely this one. During the time that Franklin D. Roosevelt was president, several species of gray aliens contacted all the major world governments and made secret treaties with many of them. Churchill is the one who made the deals. And if anybody knows Lisa Renee, you know that she's top notch. She's on a whole other level. And like Carrie was talking about Voyagers and Ashiana DN, she has guardian knowledge about Earth history, our galactic history. And anyway, the intention was to create continual world wars, which is the strategy of divide and conquer the human race, keep them busy, and drain them of all their resources from the Earth and the life force of humans to serve their agenda. So a lot of people, as we know, are unwillingly, well-intentioned, serving something that they don't realize they're serving, like my partner. And this is the larger picture of what we're dealing with. And let's not blame it on aliens, right? Let's look at it as a programming that has been cast upon the human race for thousands of years to keep us in negative ego, trauma loops, fear, panic, and a dependency to an inverted system. So by the time Eisenhower stepped into office, the draconian system had already infiltrated the three-letter organizations, and they're basically set up already infiltrated. And eventually defense-related projects got infiltrated as technology exchanges took place and they weren't easily monitored. Crowley, Churchill, Hitler. This is from Lisa Renee. I've had validation from maybe one or two other sources in my life, but I share this for people to consider. And if you check out her website, I think you'll realize she knows a lot. Crowley, Churchill, Hitler connection is what established the gray alien agreements with the government. Yes, they said, they being the guardians, Churchill actually met the aliens while he was prime minister and the beginning of the technology trade, Churchill and UK wanting it for world domination, that led to the human experiments such as mind control through psychotronics and time travel. Churchill did not have racial sympathies and had even less compassion for the general masses. It was during his influence that he was one of the men that allowed 5,000 or so children to be abducted from poor areas and gave the Greys the right to genetic testing of the population. According to the Guardians, when they took something like 10 times the amount, they knew that they were in over their head, that they could not control what they had led the world population into. So it got out of control. But the thing is, it's not about aliens. It's the deep state. It's the deep state. It goes back to Tesla. Tesla sold technology to the Nazis, not knowing what they were going to do with it in the 30s. When we reached warp 1, now everything changed in the 30s because we had reached a certain level of advancement technologically. It started to bring in this influence and the slave trade of humans with off-planet beings. So I'm not a contactee. I mean, we all are to a certain degree because we have genetics, right? But I don't have, those kind of stories like, some people that are maybe amongst us that I interview, that other people interview, that Carrie's pioneered in interviewing other researchers and other individuals that are very well versed in the subject. I know people, who know that they have hybrid children out there and have had legit experiences. And the hardest thing, though, is that everybody thinks, oh, your great-grandfather sold us out to the Greys. And that's not what happened. So part of my agreement with Eisenhower before coming in And why I was targeted too was because I was a part of his galactic team that helped advise him in his administration, supposedly. And this has been told to me so many times throughout my life from different people. And I know that in my heart, because when I was young, he was visiting. I'm like, who's this bald guy with a military uniform? And, and I would look at the books on the bookshelf. And I'm like, man, this guy's like really well known. I'm like, what the, you know, and you're just a kid, right? You know, you kind of mind wiped from wherever you were before. Anyway, so these treaties have to do with bartering exchanges of planetary goods, natural resources, elements and compounds, and materials that can be taken off planet. That included supplying numbers of human adults and children that the government agreed to barter exchanges for abduction, work camps, sexual slavery, forced breeding, genetic experimentation, genetic augmentation, and secret space programs. In exchange for abducting human beings, these megalomaniac government leaders would be given access to extremely advanced off-planet or alien technologies, spacecraft blueprints, militarized weaponry, zero-point power source technology, and so forth. So that's more from Lisa. Many whistleblowers said that Roosevelt made a treaty with the Greys, but not everyone is in agreement to this. Supposedly he turned it down. It was the Churchill-Hitler-Crowley connection. Now, Hitler, there were good reasons for what he originally set out to do, with the reparations, with the amount of Germans that were put to death after World War I, and the whole beginning of it all, sure. But during his time, during his administration, some deals were made. And the whole Crowley piece is very important in all this because he is very dark, like a dark magician. When Carrie was referring to dark magicians, he's one of the top-notch dark magicians, and a lot about abduction, and the horrors that happen to children are based in some of the rituals of Crowley. So I met Dan Cooper like 2 years ago. He claims that his personal knowledge of the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, and 8th fundamental forces of nature guided him in ferreting out the actual historical developments of the technologies employed in the unacknowledged secret access programs of the United States. He's the senior advisor to the Earth Alliance. So there's a lot more about him. If you want to just scan that real quick, I just want to be careful with time. He says he did a 20 and back. He was a part of Dark Fleet. He was engineered in Japan to be a super soldier. So he heard what the Nazi commanding officers were saying and what they were bragging about. And he's a physicist and a very profound inventor of zero-point over unity generators and other technologies. So he said, in 1952, July 19th, 36 Warp 1 Nazi craft hovered for 6 hours over the Capitol. 600 troops made all Congress sign ceasefire agreement. 600 Nazi troops were beamed down into the Capitol from 36 of their Warp 1 capable spaceships, armed to the teeth, and they took all of Congress by force of arms that day. Harry S. Truman was the president who actually surrendered the United States to the Nazis on July 19th, 1952. However, he did not do it alone. Truman was not the only one to sign that unconditional surrender agreement with the Nazis. The Nazis insisted that every single member of Congress sign it, which they all did on that day. The Nazis also insisted that a number of prominent U.S. businessmen also sign this surrender agreement, which they all did. So we didn't really win the Second World War. What we learned in history school, if you had ADD and didn't pay attention and couldn't sit still, it's because you're really smart or you just can see through a lot of shit. If you were able to sit still, you were probably, going to wake up at some point, and you can actually refer to the history that they're telling everybody and be able to help a lot of people overcome because you know what they told you in school. I didn't get that far because I skipped so much class. And it wasn't because, I had to like the teacher and I had to resonate. And at the time I just thought I have a learning disability. They're all telling me that. But later on I realized I have selective learning. I just couldn't with certain things. I just couldn't. I couldn't with Eisenhower. No, I'll talk about the Greada Treaty. Yeah, he might have signed it, but it doesn't feel right. And that's the thing with all of us. When something doesn't feel right, we don't give up. We follow our discernment, we follow our intuition, and we stay strong in truth. And even if we are duped, we honor what's sacred. We are willing to be corrected. And that's the most important thing, is just to have that open mind. Because the duping is so intense and so strong that the most intuitive and even awakened person is going to be duped along the way. It might be a different category. It might not be school. It might be something else. Doesn't matter. That's why I wanted to bring up the chart yesterday, because all those 12 houses, everybody's got some difficulty or some kind of square or some sort of part of their life where, woo, the lights come on eventually. And we're all here for this. And we're here to help each other with this. So, yeah, and I've run into many, different layers. My category, being a Libra, is the relationship world. They knew that I was like obsessed with sacred union from the beginning. That's why they used the looking glass to find a partner in a past life. They said, we can't control her. She's too wild. But we can set her up with somebody that she will fall in love with, and she'll do what he wants to do. And fortunately, I let the truth override that. But I was, obviously devastated. I mean, it was very, very difficult. So anyway, Ike comes in, right, after the Second World War. So he had no choice but to openly comply with the official instrument of surrender, the unconditional surrender of the United States to the Nazis. Signed by all of Congress and most of the prominent businessmen. When Truman was president, he opposed the instrument of surrender of 52 secretly by establishing various military and civilian covert units for that purpose. One of them was called Ike's Force. Randy Kramer claims to have served in Ike's Force, which keep their eye on MJ-12. He worked at Mars Defense Force. He has all sorts of interesting history, but he claims to be a part of Ike's Force. And I've met some people who have loved ones that served in Ike's Force. And Dan Cooper was saved by this particular unit multiple times, so he knows firsthand. So Ike's Force, also known as USMC Special Section, survives today. In fact, that U.S. military unit is the most successful military unit opposing the interplanetary corporate conglomerate Nazi Draconian Empire Alliance. And today, by far, is what he said. So this is still Dan Cooper. He ordered the first attack on the Greys, the deep underground military base at Dulce, New Mexico, knowing that he would lose that battle just to learn more about his enemy and test his best against them. So I've asked him, I've got so many emails with this guy, it's insane. I dug real deep. This is the first thing he shared with me. So he didn't know that they would lose, but he needed to understand. Back in that time, in like 1954, 1955, he was able to do this kind of thing. 1956, 1957, when he wanted to invade Area 51, not so easy. He ordered an attack on that underground base or that whole area, and it wasn't successful. And that was the only thing that he attempted to do again, because after this Dulce invasion didn't go very well, we're talking Admiral Byrd, going to Antarctica. We just did not have the military capability to handle this. But this is the same year he's been blamed for signing treaties. Nobody talks about that he ordered an invasion on Dulce Underground Base. Nobody. Dan brings this to light. So that battle at this deep underground military base was a much larger engagement. Several thousand U.S. Special Force troops engaged against the Greys, and nearly half of them lost their lives. 1979, Phil Schneider. When you hear about the Dulce Wars, way later. So he tried to take him out. So for pretty much my whole life, well, not my whole life. My whole life feels like the last couple of years, sometimes. For maybe the last decade or two, especially when I became public, the hate mail I've gotten for Eisenhower signing a treaty with the Greys, the Greada Treaty, literally never leaves me alone. I'm sure if you check my emails right now, there's probably 3 or 4 of them. I just kind of scan and kind of like, look. And before I was like, well, maybe he did. I'm here for truth. I'm not here to protect a name. I'm not here to protect a family member. I'm here for truth. If that happened, let's talk about it. When I found out this, I was pretty amazed. He also established the White Hats. That's what Dan Cooper says. But this was a carryover. a carryover from things in the past that were established, right? So Ike's white hats are the ones that brought Ronald Reagan into their fold and had him shot. You know, he briefed Kennedy. I mean, on and on. So that's just a glimpse into the history. One of the most important things, which I can't share right now, is, okay, Eisenhower might have been briefed that I was coming in, but he was briefed that a lot of us were coming in. So he knew a family member would come in and help bring about the truth. And obviously, he knew that lies were going to be spread about him and that timeline manipulation was a real thing. So we had that kind of agreement. I'm going to end here. But he was briefed that a lot of us were coming in. And there's some kind of connection with Trump and how this kind of carries over, like the baton being passed, right? So he knew a lot of us were coming in. There was a migration of souls coming in, particularly in 1952, this huge migration of souls, which are what some of these slides are about. And this is in a book that somebody gave to me that talks about him being briefed, and it lines up with what others told me about me coming in, but a lot of us coming in, right? It's in my book. And we would all come in and we'd be warriors for truth, and that it would be us that takes down the deep state. And that, you know, Trump, why do we support him? Because it's about us. It's not a vampiric inversion, which is what we've dealt with for too long. This is about we the people. It's about rising up. It's about sharing the truth, and all of us being accounted for as leaders, as warriors. And leadership doesn't mean that you're up on stage with a microphone. It's leadership in our lives. It's leadership in consciousness. It's leadership in intention and in creativity, knowing that we can create a better future, knowing that we are the stewards and the guardians of future generations. And so I celebrate all of you. I celebrate what we're doing together. And you encourage me to never give up. And I just love you all. And thank you so much.
So you guys, Laura and I have been talking for a while about doing on my podcast like a deep dive into this, because would you guys be interested if we did like a 2-hour show? Okay, so we're going to arrange that, and then we'll get it out and we'll put it out, because there's so many people that have such an interest in what she has to say, and especially as it relates to the history and, you know, the dark forces and everything she knows and her research, and how this also relates to kind of, you know, what the topic really underlying is today with the children and a lot of that stuff. So we'll get the word out, and we're going to do a really long show, and we're going to do deep dives into it, and we'll keep everybody posted, you know, you could always follow me. My Telegram is Awakened Patriots of Long Island. So if you follow that, I'm always updating and putting things. So maybe within the next couple of weeks, depending on your travel schedule, right, Laura? Yeah, sure. Okay. All right. So our last and most esteemed speaker today, in light of everybody else that we've had, she's going to kind of end everything, is we're going to invite Kerry Cassidy back up. And, you know, as we all know, she's the CEO and founder of Project Camelot. She's a documentary filmmaker, investigative journalist, and well-known radio talk show host of Project Camelot Whistleblower Radio and Project Camelot TV broadcaster with a weekly live show on YouTube. And she is in addition to her shows, she is probably one of the foremost people, because she travels the world conducting interviews and documenting the testimony of whistleblowers with above top secret clearances, as well as authors, researchers, and experiencers covering conspiracies, the secret space program, black projects, ETs, Kundalini, and Ascension and free energy. So Kerry Cassidy.
Hi, everyone. So, wow, it's bright up here. Okay. So I guess that's the mic thing. Let's just get that out of the way. See if this is going to work this time. So how's everyone doing? It's not very loud, Mike. Okay. Anyway, you can hear me okay? Okay. So, yeah, so we had sort of fun yesterday, right? With all the stuff I said. I saw a lot of eyes going like wider when I was talking. Okay, the bottom line here is that I wanted to share with you our little expedition that we went to Wardenclyffe, where the Wardenclyffe Tower was, where this little Tesla area. So it came upon me that I knew we were going to speak. I was coming to Long Island to do this conference. And so I asked Donna if we could go on an expedition to the Tesla Museum. I thought there was a Tesla Museum. I had a vision in my mind that there was actually this building and it was very modern and all kind of thing. But to our surprise, when we arrived at the Tesla Museum, it was hidden in a forest and broken down buildings, you know, old pavement and these old railroad tracks apparently. And we were late, so we ended up joining the group a bit late. And so our Uber driver, who ended up to be a huge passionate fan of cats, which has meaning to me because I relate to the cat beings and Leonid and all of that. And so anyway, so when we got to the place, we couldn't find the doorway. So we ended up having to circle it. I think we actually circled it twice, but anyway. And then we had to call Donna and get directions, and they opened the gate for us. So it was like almost ritualistic. And the bottom line here is that I'm going to explain to you what I think really happened, so that none of this is accidental, and that there is a reason why we had to go to Tesla and come here to this conference. And then, as yesterday I was discussing the connection, the very important connection behind the actual White Hats, Space Force, which works with, that is the White Hats Space Force, and that is supporting Trump, and that Trump and JFK Jr. are actually the two leaders of the White Hats in essence, and that they have a connection going back to childhood. And JFK Jr., you know, they faked his death so that he would not be killed by Hillary Clinton and her crew, because he was going to run for president ultimately. And they couldn't have that because he was too popular. So he went into hiding, a lot like they did with Charlie Kirk, who has also been targeted by the White Hats, chosen, you might say, as a presidential candidate to take the place of Trump in the future. So they found that he was probably under threat. So they did the same thing with him. So they staged an assassination, and they took him out of the public eye. And this is all intentional and planned. And, you know, I'm sure all people have their points of view and stuff, but I do have quite a long presentation I did that's available on my website that goes through step by step why I think what I think. But there's other people out there, Benjamin Fulford, Stu, Peter, and I don't always share some of their philosophies or agree with them on everything, but they are right about this. And I can go into that, but I want to get back to the Tesla thing. So there's an interesting connection going on here between Trump and JFK Jr. that runs the White Hats, in essence, and Space Force. And they are working to fight this war with us, okay? And I don't always share their agreement with their tactics, but they're doing the best they can, okay, in theory. And hopefully they're not infiltrated, but we just don't know on these levels. But they are working with over 200 generals that are on their side, and probably more by now. And and also this AI, organic AI, and so on and so forth, and a number of psychics, intuitives, and remote viewers. So they're looking into the future, and the Q drops come from all of that, and they give you hints as to what might come about in the future. So I also happen to have, because of my connection to JFK Jr., who, by the way, looks like my father, which is really weird, very weird. And not just a little bit. I mean, exact same shape of face, brown eyes, curly, thick, curly hair. Very weird. Obsessed with cars. If you know 107, JFK Jr., he is obsessed with cars and all this kind of thing. So, anyway, and I met him and I had this psychic connection. And then several months later, there was this, Schumann resonance went through the roof. And I had a whole night of dreams about JFK Jr. and Trump. And I was given lots of information, some of which I don't even remember. But it just went on and on and on to such a degree that when I woke up at 9 o'clock that Saturday morning, I thought I lived in that reality, whatever reality I was being shown and not in this reality. And I looked around, I thought, no, this is a mistake. This reality is, I'm not here, I'm in that reality. But come to find out, I am in this reality as well. So I have had weird stuff like this, and it went on for years. And still goes on occasionally. So, in the first year, I had a lot of those kind of dreams, getting information. I get flashes of the future. They come true. I'm given information. It comes true. So I have learned to pay attention to it. Okay. So what I did at 9 o'clock that morning was, because I was already in touch with him over texting, because I had interviewed him, number one, and number two, been invited to this gathering of alternative media people for a weekend in Vegas, where we went to this posh Republican's home and had like a cocktail party on the Friday night. And he came to speak and hung out with us, supposedly in a disguise. And I looked at this disguise and I said, what the hell is going on here? And the big thing that came into my mind was, there's something wrong with his face. Later, I found out it was a whole mask that he wears, a fat suit, and it's all on my website. So if you're interested, you can look at the photographs and make your own decision. So it goes on from there. But the point I'm trying to make is, I found out that his biggest hero is Tesla, and that he has shared as 107 that he actually can do what Tesla could do, which was, he likes to make inventions. He makes them in his head completely, and then he produces them. So that this is a unique skill. Most inventors, you may or may not know, do lots of models and have to, work at things over and over again to get them right in this reality. But Tesla was kind of a unique individual in that he could create everything in his head and then produce it. So they share that. And there's other things that he's made comments of. Even at one point he said, oh, well, Tesla suggests you don't get married. So then he had a big dilemma as to whether he should ever get married and all that kind of thing. So what I'm saying here is that then you have to look at Trump and his uncle, John Trump, whatever. He was the guy who secreted the documents of Tesla and handed them over, in essence, to what we call nowadays the deep state. So this is very important, because what we're doing is we're tracking back to that history. And Trump, I believe, is in office in part because of a deal made with John Trump, his uncle, that he would one day, I guess, become president. And it was also predicted in other ways by psychics and whatnot, and time travel. And there's a Baron Trump book. And I mean, it's just incredible. So what happens is we go into this Tesla location. I'm already supposed to be done. There's a camera there, there's a camera there, and there's a camera there, right there. So I'm supposed to be fine. I mean, there's no reason to be behind a podium because you can't see me. But anyway, so the thing is that okay, lost my train of thought for a second. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I believe that this small group that came together to do this conference, a group of us that went this afternoon, a few days ago, into this area where there was no one. The whole place is derelict. And then I got, I found out it had a vortex, that he was working in a vortex, that he knows all about, ley lines and vortexes and underground water and all of this stuff that I don't know about Tesla. I'm not an expert on Tesla by any stretch, but psychically, I tapped into this stuff when I was there because I'm an earth sensitive on top of it. So I can feel vortexes, portals when I'm in their vicinity. I've even been dragged towards going into one in Sedona at the Cathedral Vortex. Anyway, but so this thing is that I led these people, this group, small group, and these two speakers that were there. They were super old women. So it was almost like a movie script or something. And they were telling us the history of Tesla. That's their job. I thought it was going to be like you got to understand, a modern museum. I had no idea we would be wandering around a derelict outdoor, with broken down buildings. And so we went down a path and there was a fence. And I said, what's the fence there for? Is the land on the other side of the fence not belong to this Tesla thing? And they said, oh no, that's part of it. And in fact, the building on the other side of the fence was where he had his workshop. And I was standing right in front of it by then. It's a brick building and it actually has a tower on it. No accident. So on top of the Wardenclyffe Tower, there's a tower on top of this building that's derelict. Half of it's broken down. And so that is where he worked every day. So then we walked further from that to this big, huge, circular established foundation, which is where the Tesla Tower stood. Because I said, I want to go to the Tesla Tower. I didn't even know it wasn't in existence anymore. I mean, I didn't research this ahead of time or anything. So then they said, oh no, it's been taken down. It was destroyed. Sold for sheet metal, she said. So we go there and I'm just about, there's a very strong barrier and these periodic cement block things that have these little post holes that are metal that used to hold it in place. And it's a gigantic 187 foot tower that was there. And if you've seen the pictures, I'm sure. And so what happened was I was about to step into this grass. It's filled with grass right now. It's very lush green grass. And I just thought, that's amazing. It's going to, be really nice and soft. And I want to rest. So I'm going to lay down and just, or talk to everyone and just sit down. And so I started to step my foot into the round circular thing. And I felt water immediately. And I just spoke out loud and Brad heard me. So I have a witness, but other people heard me too. And so turns out that there was an aquifer under the Wardenclyffe Tower that I knew nothing about, but the water just came through psychically very strong. And so I kept walking and we went into the middle of the circle and then we all sat around in a circle and we had a discussion. So I had an argument with one of the women because, they were giving the party line in certain ways. I mean, she had some flexibility in what she believed and didn't believe, but she wouldn't even consider this one thing that I happen to know because I had traveled to Russia and I've interviewed not only Briska, who is a famous child from Mars, if you remember him, Boy from Mars, and who's now like in his teens or early 20s. But at that time, he was 12 years old. So Project Camelot, we did this very unusual thing that I insisted we had to do. And I had huge fights with my partner at the time, Bill Ryan, because he didn't want to do it. And yet he had connections in Russia that would help facilitate the trip. Finally, I convinced him to go. Of course, he thanks his lucky stars from, forever for that. But we ended up in Russia And I have a connection to Russia, which is kind of like a psychic prior life kind of thing. So I felt really comfortable and I actually tried, well, that's the whole thing. I was in the Peace Corps for a short time, really short time. And everyone thought I was Russian. So all these guys would yell out at me all kind of Russian things, and they thought I was a rude bitch because I wouldn't answer them, but I didn't know what they were saying. I couldn't speak, and they were like across the turf thing. But anyway, coming back to the circle. So we're there having this discussion, and I'm saying that actually I read something about Tesla thinking that his Wardenclyffe experiment might have caused Tunguska. So then, oh no, it couldn't have happened, different timing, blah, blah, blah. And then I just went and read on the internet again and found out that's what I'm saying is true. So the thing is that he never knew for sure, supposedly, but he was a very mysterious guy. So there's two sides probably to everything you've heard from him. And what? Oh, okay. Actually, I don't know. Am I on the? I am. Okay, let's see if I can show you rather than tell you very quickly. Tunguska. I don't know if this is going to have the photograph or not. Sorry, I didn't know I was going to talk about this, but anyway, it is. It's considered a place where a meteor hit in Russia. You can just look it up later. It's Tunguska. It's very famous. It happened in something like 1903 or 1906 or 8 or something. And Tesla was alive then, and he was doing experiments then, contrary to what some people try to make you think. And the thing is that he never knew for sure. That's how the story goes. Well, when we were in Russia, we were also told about that. And Valery Uvarov, who was head of what they call the Weird Desk for the FSB, which is the intelligence CIA for Russia, right? He actually was one of our sort of escorts for the trip when we went there, when we were in the St. Petersburg side of things. And I interviewed him. And he said that Tunguska was a whole different thing than most people thought. And then I found out there are remote viewers who remote viewed that incident. And they also found out that it's not anything like, it's not a meteor. It actually was a sort of battle, I guess you call it, between two ET factions who commandeered Tesla's test energetics that were coming on a wave, or, when you shoot it's like a energy wave, and apparently use that to cause the explosion. Now, you don't have to believe me, and you can do your own research, but it is quite fascinating. So anyway, like the people say, and, we talked about yesterday that, when they tell you, oh, why didn't they rebuild it? And say, oh, they can't rebuild it because it's got a toxic site there. And so I'll tell you, it was the healthiest place I've been since I've been on the island. It was, the energy there was fabulous. I slept like a baby the night after that. And everyone felt that way, that it's really wonderful energy there. So toxins or no toxins, aquifer is definitely there. It's a massive hole that he pulled up the earth energy from, and is obviously the center of intersecting ley lines in a portal and the whole thing. So he knew exactly where he was putting his, monster tower, right? Nothing was accidental in what he did. So what I'm saying here is that then you get back to Trump and JFK Jr. And what is our era, in a sense? What is Trump all about? Well, Trump's big secret is that he holds the Trump card, which is access to free energy, access to everything Tesla knew and that was shut down all those years ago. So the reinstatement of that is going to come through Trump and his administration, linked with John F. Kennedy Jr., who has that, whatever you want to call, psychic soul link with Tesla, and Trump, who comes from his uncle with the paperwork that documents Tesla's experiments that is in hiding to this day. So understanding how we've come into this very interesting situation, and you guys were the ones that braved, you know, the MAGA, this setting that we're in, that a lot of Long Islanders supposedly wanted to come to our conference but didn't dare because they would be seen as MAGA members, you know, and maybe that's just, you know, scared the shit out of them or whatever. I was just told by one or two people in, you know, in this general audience. So if you can put all those pieces together and it makes sense, it's fascinating because I believe that what we have now done is awaken that site so that this new change can happen and that we can bring new energy to that site. They can rebuild it, and maybe the museum that I actually thought I was visiting is going to be built in the future for Tesla. So I just think it was a really wonderful little story. Okay, now I do have a presentation that's beyond that. So, okay. And I actually have more than one presentation, but I guess I'll try this one. And I guess I need to, what is this? I'm supposed to hit this button and share my screen. No? Oh, it is there. Okay, great. So now I can just format. I don't want that. I want view full screen. Yeah? No. Okay, well, kind of. All right, so we'll just go with that. I guess it's big enough. It's not what I want. Okay, so this is going to be about the coming war with the androids, et cetera. And okay, this gets into Project Bluebeam, 3i Atlas, another craft called Lemon, another craft called Swan that have shown up subsequently to 3i Atlas, who's been cruising along and was supposedly discovered July 1st of this year. Now, of course, when they tell you anything, they're definitely lying to you. So it wasn't discovered for the first time. They already knew about it. We have something called Solar Warden that patrols our solar system. And supposedly that's, it's actually, I think it's a joint human ET patrol, but it's definitely, you know, military oriented, and they have a job. The job is to let people, you know, our Earth know when we're being, you know, have a visitor in our solar system, you know, so to speak. So when you look at the situation we're in, we're actually in an active war. And yesterday, if you heard I guess everyone was here yesterday, you heard my talk. I talked about how, you know, Biden was was a dead man, you know, and that basically he was run by the CCP anyway, and that they had a bunch of dummies playing Biden, and that for 4 years you lived under an administration that didn't even exist, and that Trump and his team during those 4 years had chosen to do what is called COG, continuity of government, where Trump had a very small team along with him, one of whom was JFK Jr., who was actually VP during those 4 years, and you didn't know it. So, you know, all this stuff I'm saying, I can back up with all kinds of evidence and whatever you might like, and other videos that I've done, interviews I've done. I mean, it's nonstop. And I've been doing this, interviewing whistleblowers from above top secret for over 20 years. So you can just decide if I'm crazy or that maybe there's something worth listening to. So here we are in this situation now, and very strange things are happening. And so, right, Trump comes forward with a medbed thing. You know, makes outrageous thoughts and decisions and shares his mind all the time. And we've got doubles of Trump. Well, we have a double of JFK Jr. He even talked about going into, you know, witness protection. Having a double was so convenient. And I met the double. Okay, the double is Wayne Willett. Again, he has blue eyes. They both are about the same height. They dress up in the same costume. You know, it's a bodysuit. It's horrible. He looks like Santa Claus. Okay, that's what he looks like. Big fat stomach, cowboy boots, and so on and so forth, and 2 pairs of pants, and and then this head thing that even Tom Cruise has worn. And you can't. I mean, Sean, I asked some agents about the whole, can you recognize that loved one who's dressed in that whole outfit or whatever it happens to be, and they said no, you can't. And that Sean tried it out on his family. Sean David Morton. Sean, Sean, he's so fun. But anyway, and they didn't recognize him. So for what it's worth, if if never saw a person in a mask and thought they were someone else, and they show you on the internet, there's a zillion videos with that. So back to this situation is that we're in this juncture now where Project Bluebeam is probably linked up with 3i Atlas, and there are 9 craft that have shown up that are, I think, escorting now 3i Atlas through our solar system, keeping their watch on, and also they tried to demolish it with a CME a week or so ago. Okay, it wasn't successful. What the craft was already surrounded by what I think is a Dyson sphere, which Mark Richards told me all about, Captain Mark Richards. And there was some predictions in the past that there would be a visitation by a craft surrounded by a Dyson sphere or dragging a Dyson sphere or vice versa, and that it would contain, a bunch of beings, whatever kind of beings, you could say androids. And there's evidence, and I've done many shows now on 3i Atlas and the AI connection with David Sereda, and Richard C. Hoagland has tried to join us, but they will not let him speak. Richard C. Hoagland is, again, a NASA scientist from way back, from the days of Apollo, and he is in the know. He's also a dark magician. He may not like me saying that, but fuck it. The thing is that he may be a light magician as well. So some magicians play on both sides, They learn the light and they learn the dark, and then they choose what they want to use in any given situation type thing. And well, there's a whole story. So I know a lot about Crowley. I investigated him when I was like 12. Okay, in these books that I found in my mother's bookshelf, and so on and so forth. So, of course I was interested, and so I read all about him, but I knew I didn't want to have anything to do with making, black magic or anything like that. But I did want to know who the enemy was. I don't know, this was just the kind of kid I was. I just knew I had to know this stuff, and thank God I did, because it's helped me through Camelot in so many ways. But anyway, getting back to this situation that we're in, the White Hats are now so secretive that most of you might know bits and pieces, but you have no idea what they're really up to. And you don't know all of the false flags that they even created on purpose to fake out the dark side. But in some cases, there is collateral damage and people have died. So that's a huge responsibility. I think that the way they run themselves is to keep collateral damage and, death and mayhem at the lowest. But so it's also, I told you yesterday, Trump's whole remit is that he wants to run the whole North American and South American continent and be in control of Greenland, Iceland, UK, and he's playing that out, okay, whether you like it or not. And that's part of the scenario. So what's happening here is very momentous. Now, I don't know how to quite handle this, but we had a colleague who did a presentation here very recently, a couple hours ago, who seems like a really lovely person, okay? So I have no issues, and I did talk to him over dinner last night, sort of doing my usual sort of thing. So I kind of, in a sense, you might have said I warned him, but I'd love to have him on my show and all that. But I have to tell you that I could see the fact that he's being run by the military. but it's very fascinating. Now, I don't know which military. I don't know if it's the good guys or the bad guys, because their methods are so commonly similar lately. But all the things he showed you is like disclosure on steroids. So I think they're using this group, this little, because it's a small conference, as like a testing ground for these ideas, okay? And I guess he's been doing it for a while on other shows or whatever. I have never followed his work. I have heard rumors about him through the years, but I don't know why. I just never, he never crossed my path. People are like that sometimes, you know, you just, for some reason, you never cross each other's path. So I'm just saying that if you think, first of all, you have to take your ideas about Project Bluebeam and just put them aside and understand that disclosure is happening, and it's happening because of a number of things, okay? And one of the things is that the white hats are gaining control of the planet, okay? And the dark side is not happy about it. So they are motivated to out the presence of aliens, and whether they're friendly or they're not friendly, and so on and so forth. So you got a taste of that in spades. So I just want to give you the heads up that this is definitely organized by the military. I can see the makings of it all through, and that person may not like it. And I also told him, he said he was retired. I said, you're not retired. I can see that in your eyes. So he was obviously, I said, your mission, should you decide to accept it. Okay, that's what he got. Okay, and he's on a mission for them, which is fine. You know, I mean, I don't put down people that work in the military. I think they've all got good hearts and good missions and all that, a lot of them. Actually, I'm not going to probably have time for all this, but I wanted to bring up another subject. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. So there is a person, his first name is, I think is Dylan Boyland, but I might be pronouncing the last name wrong. He's just come out on Jeremy Corbell has just done, and what's his name? That reporter that's always in these things, have just interviewed him on a 2-video set, and I just put it on my Telegram, so you can watch both videos. It's his testimony is shocking. And the reason I'm bringing that up after telling you this other story is that it actually correlates with what Laura is talking about with the guy who was supposedly set up to be her partner and turned out to recruit her for Mars and so on. And understand something going on here. This young man, relatively young, and he was, he's really a specialist he was in the drone program targeting, you know, people in mainly the Middle East, from what I understand. And he also did he spoke at the latest, I think it was UAP hearing. So you can go back and watch his testimony there. But you can watch these 2 videos, and they did a good Q&A with him for 2 videos length, and you got his whole story. And he's talking about how people like him, including him, have lost their jobs, been blackballed by their fellow, you know, military mates, whatever you want to call them, all because they had ET interactions or UFO sightings. And it's just like David Grush told people 3 UAP hearings ago that he had lots of witnesses coming to him in the military, and they were having their lives threatened, their lives ruined by the very military that they work for when they had these encounters, even in the military. And this recent person, who I'm not naming, but you can guess his name, he actually had his experience, he made it very clear on his presentation, outside the military, but he continues to have them inside the military, it appears, based on his testimony. So what I'm trying to say here is that he's being treated very well to be the delivery boy, so to speak, of disclosure the way they want it, okay? So I do not want people to be taking and swallowing whole testimonies they're going to be hearing, because now that we're in that world, I mean, that we've taken a big step into that world, or the military has on your behalf, disclosing the actual truth or something like it. So whether the ETs they're talking about are good guys and that we should all love each other and so on, or whether they're going to be battling them, we've yet to see. A lot of the historical occurrences, according to my book, my new books that I just released a couple days ago, and I'll just bring this, if I have the slide on here, I don't know. No, I guess not. Okay, well, hopefully I have it here. So these are my Space War books. See if I can make them bigger. And you can learn a lot, and I told you about them yesterday. But this is Space War, Total Recall, book 1 and book 2. They're about 170 pages each. And these are the Captain Mark Richards chronicles. And it details, actually, he and his father flew into Dulce to rescue the humans that were being kept in cages. I think his sortie into there was in the 1980s, if I recall correctly. But it's all, out there, and it's in my book and so on. So what they did was they rescued humans, they killed some aliens, but they actually flew out with the humans. They delivered them back to their homes and whatnot, and they were all abducted a couple weeks later. Again. So you want to know if we're fighting an enemy. You want to know if child trafficking is real. You want to know, where is that coming from? Why is the human race suddenly feeding on its children? Hello? Okay, it's important to connect the dots. You have to understand, we are not in peacetime. All this desire, Trump saying, getting peace, he doesn't want peace. Nobody in the military wants peace. That's bullshit. Okay, I'm sorry. That's just complete nonsense. What they want is to win the war. Okay, and what you should want, in my opinion, is to win the war. Because humanity has been in a slavery system. We have been genetically re-engineered over and over again, all through our trajectory here on Earth. And we're also being eaten, raped, used for sex objects, you name it, and slave traded by aliens on ships that they come during wartime in darkness, pick up huge numbers of humans, take them off planet. So the reptilian ships are doing that. And CERN was established in part to create a Stargate wormhole to the Draco galaxy so that they could bring in bigger ships through that wormhole to get more humans and do more, killing of humans. So my book with Captain Mark Richards, he was a Starship Enterprise type captain. They already knew by reading his future that he was a rebel then, but he was definitely going to be a problem in the future. So what happened was he was framed for a murder he didn't commit that happened to be of a young man who was, abused by a pedophile, who then killed the pedophile. There were at least two other guys involved in the murder, one of whom completely got off scot-free and disappeared. And the other one got in some excuse. And then one of them got put in jail, the same jail or a prison that Mark Richards is kept at, by the way. And they tried to get him released recently and nobody would release him. So there's something up with that. You should know that. And Mark was definitely framed. He was very good friends, by the way, with Robin Williams and many other people. He grew up in Marin County and so on. So this is a very convoluted story. So you cannot kick back and think, oh, everything's beautiful now because the ant people are going to be our friends. No, because ant people are actually known to, maybe there's friendly groups, but there's definitely some unfriendly groups, and they definitely do reside in Antarctica. Oh, what a coincidence. Along with the Nazis, so I guess you might say my lecture here is a warning that yes, disclosure is happening. Now you have to actually view it as a grown-up, okay? They're not coming here because God sent them to take care of you and kiss your ass and all that shit, okay? Or because Jesus loves them just like he loves you, or all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? In other words, you have to stand on your own 2 feet. You've got to look at the signs and symbols, and you've got to stay awake, okay? Because we really are being invaded so many ways to Sunday, and it continues. Okay, and when Biden was involved, the CCP took over our country, and what Trump and his whole Space Force are doing, and some might find some of their ways clumsy, or they don't even understand them. Because what's terrible about the White Hats and Trump and JFK Jr. is that they haven't really come out and been honest, really forthright. JFK Jr. does some stabs at telling you some of the truth, but they're very, very secretive, unfortunately. That's been their method. I'm actually always ranking on them in articles. You'll see on my Substack, I just go on and on about how they need to tell the truth to the people. You can handle the truth. They don't think you can. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the problem. Now, seems like something is going on, and it's probably a war for disclosure right now, right? So one day you got a guy coming on stage here giving you, some very nice future, with arcs. Who thought of that word for a spaceship? Arc. I love it. I mean, they're going to play on your biblical past, your love of, God and country and all that stuff. Please don't fall for this shit, okay? You gotta be discerning. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm not even saying the military is lying. I'm saying it's a huge mixture, okay? And we have to keep them on track. It's up to us to keep them on track. You know that they work for us? Trump, all of them, they serve us. It's not the other way around. Get it straight, okay? So demand more. Demand a higher bar, demand more honorable behavior of them, and demand truth at all costs, because the truth will set you free and nothing else will. Okay? Thank you very much. Questions? No. Okay, what's next?
Thank you. Hey guys, so here's a t-shirt. It's a little big on me, but you know what? Instead of the raffle, everyone's going to get a t-shirt on your way out. You'll get a t-shirt. So we'll leave that. What we're going to do now is, thank you, Carrie. That was a wonderful presentation. We're going to do invite the panel up here, and we're going to do Q&A. And I think we'll have a little more time today than we had yesterday. So just hang in there for a minute while we set up the stage. Oh, let's see what we got. We got Brad, we got Mike, we got Kerry, we got Heather, we got JP. Did I leave anyone out? And Laura. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna put it.
We don't have to.
If they want to. You mean for optics?
Yeah, just, well, we can shove it under.
Yeah.
All right. Just don't fall in the hole. He's got to fix it.
Are we fixing?
I'm going to fix them.
Okay, I'm gonna put a microphone on each one, so. Thank you.
Is that okay?
There's one there. There's another one.
They were, and you can't see through the trees, but what they did was they recently built the tower.
And I'll take one for questions. That's the weird one. And this was in the podium, but I don't know if this is somebody's board or this is one of those.
Everybody should have one.
But I need one too because I have to ask
I use number
questions.
7.
I'm lucky.
So where's the eye? 67. 67 microphones that we have.
Okay, so I would invite the speakers to come up. Unfortunately, we have 5 mics for you guys to have to share among 6 so that I can ask questions, get questions from the audience, but that's okay.
Somebody will share.
By the way, while we're waiting, I was asked by 2 people, okay, you scared us. What do we do now about our food? What do you eat? So I'm going to just say that we have a fruit and veggie wash over there, so I didn't leave you hanging on that. But I also use that. I clean my meats, like a Thanksgiving turkey. I clean the whole turkey with it, inside out. Pardon me? No, beforehand, like to clean your turkey before you put anything in them, but you're going to clean your vegetables too, obviously. And then I, rinse it with water and just put paper towels on it. But it's nice because if you use that to spray your meat container, it won't smell in the garbage. So I use that to clean that. And then we do have a digestive additive for your water. It helps with SIBO, leaky gut, Crohn's disease, all of that stuff, but it's really good for just maintenance. So, and it tastes really good when you pour it in water because it's just a light spearmint taste. So that, and then other products, mouthwash, whatever. And really it's about getting your immune system strong, because what will happen, especially with our bacteria, is they'll go fight. So they'll get the macrophages working to go battle parasites, everything, help detox when you drink them, and the products just used in your environment. So there's benefit to everything. And like I said yesterday, getting it on your skin and in your gut and air and stuff. So it becomes a lifestyle, and I'm a walking billboard because I don't have any other products that I use. So I can tell you how to use everything, but just saying, and I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm here to educate you. And if it's resonating with you, get them. If it's not, it's okay. So I just wanted you to know that because I know I scared you. So
Okay, so I'm gonna just raise your hand. We're gonna try to get to everybody, and I'll just do the best I can. If your hand was up and I missed you, then I'll come back to you. Okay. All right. So we're gonna start back here.
It's probably a long answer, so that we don't have time for, but briefly, it kind of confuses me, like the difference between plasma energy and scalar energy. That's for anybody who wants to answer it.
Brad? Brad. Go right ahead, Brad.
I think this is raw. You are one bringing up plasma.
Well, scalar energy is kind of like ether orgone energy. Would you consider that what you're talking about? It's etheric energy. I believe like the technology we're working with now is a replication of regular universe technology, like plasma technology. Holographic digital is a replication of what we should be working with in the universe. When we have technology nowadays, we basically make machines so we can sit back and let the machine work with the universe for us. In the past, we made megalithic sites at sacred locations where we were harnessing the cosmic rays and the solar energies with the site. Now we make machines to work with the cosmic rays and energies to replicate it so we can lay back and have more leisure. But we should be part of the technology. The technology is within us. We should be communicating with the real holographic, not the digital replication. Nowadays, we have instant messaging when we should have telepathic communication. Right? It's a replication of what we should be because we got lazy, we got greedy.
Well, actually,
Here comes the competition. Here we go. Here we go.
No, just augmenting, not contradicting, actually. The fact is that we are plasma beings, that we generate, if you do meditate, and teenagers and kids have natural, what we call kundalini or orgone energy that can be raised up through the spine and link all your chakras, which I did when I was in my 20s. And yogis have been doing this for centuries, and it gives you all kinds of powers and whatnot, and also keeps you in great health. It heals you, and so on. So scalar waves is something we generate. Actually, it's been proven that super soldiers. So if you know the story about Duncan O'Finian, who went to, I think it was Cambodia with, there were 12 kids in all. They came, they landed, the kids linked hands, and they decimated a Viet Cong village by throwing out, it usually comes from the chi center in your solar chakra, out and sending it out, and just they actually killed everyone in the village. So that's a story that Duncan O'Finian tells, and that is the use of scalar waves. We generate scalar waves. We have these powers, okay? And if we unite, they're scared to death of this, of course. Now, scalar waves is what also comes out of this Tesla tower. So it can heal, or it can, destroy. It's like everything, okay? It has two sides. So one of the reasons they don't want to bring free energy out is because they know that. It can be used as a weapon or used for healing. And it can also, when you unify, like in a crowd, and you decide to do something because you don't want the government doing something to you, they might be in big trouble.
And scalar runs through all of your chakras, and frequency devices and things like that that use scalar, they're pulling that in.
Hello, thank you for coming out today. It's very intimate here, I love it. My question is for Michael and Brad, perhaps in reference to the moon. So we hear two different stories with the moon. You hear Buzz saying he's seen several UFOs on the moon. And then you also hear that Stanley Kubrick directed the space landing. So there's two stories here, like which one are you leaning towards? Because I know we've been to the moon, the Nazis got there, and to Mars way before we did, I believe in 1969. So I think in 1925 and 28 they got to the moon, Mars and stuff. So where are we leaning? That we didn't get there, right? Or we did and they saw UFOs lined up, and then they weren't supposed to be there and they had to go.
Okay, we totally went to the moon with 6 missions. 12 guys walked on the surface of the moon, And the purpose of it, primarily, the first mission was primarily symbolic: land on the moon, perform a Masonic ceremony by Buzz Aldrin. You know, all the pictures of Apollo 11, none of them are Neil Armstrong. They're all Buzz Aldrin, taken by Neil Armstrong, because his job, why he went out first, was to photograph the first 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason to walk on the moon. And Buzz brought a Masonic apron and performed a Masonic ceremony in the lunar module 33 minutes after they landed, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff. The other missions were technology salvaging missions. They were designed to go there and retrieve ancient alien technology that we knew had been left behind. If you look at the landing sites, there are particular latitudes, 19.5 degrees, which Richard Hoagland's talked about forever. That was what was done. The Stanley Kubrick thing is complete nonsense. Okay, it just didn't happen that way. That's they didn't even have the capability of making a film like that.
Yeah, 2001 they built.
2001 doesn't look anything
That's
like the
not
real moon
true.
landings. No, it doesn't look anything like
I'm
it.
sorry,
So,
that's
yeah,
not
I'm sorry,
true.
you're wrong. So the thing is,
Yeah,
so
well,
that's complete
actually,
nonsense.
Neil, my
So-
friend, who works with me,
Yeah.
grew up right next to where he lived, Stanley Kramer. He definitely was paid. I'm Kubrick.
Yeah.
He was paid to fake the moon landings.
Yeah, he didn't
And
fake
I
the moon
worked for
landings.
JPL, and I
They were
saw the pictures and the faking of the
So-
rover and all of this. They went to the moon, but they had help, so it's both.
Well, the
And
purpose
that's
of
all in my William Tompkins interviews,
Yeah.
who was interviewed at length by Gaia TV and paid for those interviews. But with me, we did a 3-hour interview. He's also written a couple books that were edited by Bob Wood, who was an aerospace executive from TRW, who was very read in on everything. MJ-12, he analyzed the MJ-12 document, et cetera. So we went to the moon, but we had help, and we have multiple witnesses confirming that.
And Mike, you got to
So you can listen to him who doesn't know,
We
or
did
you
go
can
to the
listen
moon.
to my whistleblowers who do know.
I think we all agree we went to the moon, Mike, but you got to admit there are photos that make no sense. such
No,
as the
they all
shadow
make sense.
going
They all make sense if you understand the context in which they were taken. You're not going to, when you're photographing the sky on the moon, first of all, it's completely bright. There's no atmosphere. There's no atmospheric diffusion, right? If you take a picture outside in the middle of the day, do you see any stars? No. All of the missions were in the middle of the lunar day. You're not going to see any stars. Why? Because the stars are thousands of light years away for the most part, or hundreds of light years away. And the exposure, the average exposure time, and nobody else on this panel knows this, by the way, but the average exposure time for a frame, a photographic frame on the surface of the moon was, guess what? 1/250th of a second. That is, you have to open up the aperture for 4 minutes. They did this on Surveyor 4. They opened up the aperture for 4 minutes to be able to see a constellation so they could identify the exact landing spot of Surveyor 4. So this is all nonsense by people who are completely uneducated, don't understand science, they don't understand physics,
excuse me.
and they don't understand engineering.
When you
And
look
the
into the
guys, I work
background
with
of
guys.
Captain
I
Mark
work with these
Richards,
guys.
William
I work with
Tompkins,
guys
and
who
countless
worked on
other
the Apollo
witnesses,
missions,
you
and they
will
were
see that they were
geniuses.
highly
They were
educated.
fucking geniuses.
Highly,
So
much
they
more
did
educated
what
than
they
he is.
did because they were smart. And the thing is, all of this stuff, all of this Jay Weidner bullshit about Stanley Kubrick, what it does is it minimizes the genius of these engineers who got us to the moon and back with
In a
fucking
tin
slide
can?
rules. They didn't
Are
even
you
have
fucking
computers. They had
serious?
slide rules.
It's bullshit.
I'm a little intense about this. You're welcome.
Years.
The
I
moon
hope
landings
you
were real.
sleep at night. I hope you sleep at night.
Okay.
I would love to ask JP, where did the arcs originate from? Where did they come from? Why are they called arcs? What's the story behind the arcs that you're saying are all over the planet right now? And how many are there? Where did they come from? What's your experience of being in the arcs, please?
How you guys doing? I'm enjoying this. A lot of beautiful people here. I'm loving the crowd. The arcs, they always been here since the beginning of time, since human history started. And they have a history of different civilizations that come in and out to these arcs. When I say arcs, it's because they have seed banks, they have knowledge, ancient technology and it's like a library of these technologies in our oceans. And I know the government knows about this. They talk about this, and they're going to reveal themselves soon. And we're going to share this technologies. We're going to share these people that know about them. The Nordics are going to reveal themselves. And a lot of people are going to start realizing that we are part of something bigger, that we're here for a reason, to share the love frequency and not have a negative frequency against humanity. We're here to win, 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 to show the love, 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 and be together. That's it.
Is it 24-seater races that created the 24 arcs or the 24 arcs?
I don't know the exact number of the arcs, but I'm sure there's a lot of races that put together what is the arc right now.
Hi, I have a simple question to Mark and Brad. I think there was one person that I didn't see in your presentation, which I'm curious about, Taylor Swift.
Yes. Who?
And Taylor Swift.
Musician?
Oh, you mean Taylor Swift and then
LaVey?
Anton LaVey's
Yes.
wife, or whatever. That's not in there. I don't have that one, but that's also very convincing. The implication is that she's the daughter of Anton LaVey, the head of the Church of Satan in America in the 60s and 70s, and his wife, and I forget his wife's name. But yeah, the resemblance is also uncanny.
Also, Anderson Cooper and Kathy Griffith, who was his brother, is his sister. She's the comedian. You know who I'm talking about? And you know who their mom was?
Vanderbilt.
High priestess.
And then there's the great picture of Anderson Cooper as a little boy. He was a Vanderbilt, right? And he's with his mom, and they're in the bedroom, and the painting like over his bed is children being like tortured, right? So that's the artwork in the house.
In a swimming pool, which turned out to be a painting in Podesta's
of course
gallery.
Just to add
children.
to that was supposedly they would be electrocuted by being dropped into the water, but
yeah,
terrible. Okay.
How you guys doing again? Thank you. I just want to ask a question again about Juan. You guys all know Juan 07, blah, blah, blah. He's great for making a long story longer. We love Juan, right? But he always talks about the event. And even Trump alludes to it if you catch it. You really got to pay attention where they all say there's going to be an event and the event and there's going to be an event. And they just throw it out there. So again, I ask you, what do you think the event is that's really like Charlie Kirk to wake us up, this, that, the other thing? I think it's going to be something else. I don't know. What's your take? Thank you so much.
I think there's been so many events for the waking up process. 9/11, any PSYOP, any false flag is an event for awakening. But the bigger picture awakening that doesn't necessarily come from being able to see through all the crap. Because PSYOPs and false flags have been the name of the game for a really long time. I've always felt when people refer to it, and it might not be what they're referring to. It could be because 2014, they were going to take 90% of the population that was sold in the 30s. This is from Dan Cooper, who served in 20 and back and had all this information. And I hadn't heard that before. But an outer barrier supposedly was put around the planet to keep any nefarious beings from coming in and to corner them so that they wouldn't be able to leave. Now they can't leave. They're doing everything they could possibly do to make us miserable, of course, in their last death throes, right? To me, that was an event. I think this other event that I'm referring to isn't what they're talking about. But to me, it's a personal thing, and it's a slow drip as well. It's not going to be something I don't see like solar flash or something happening and boom, everybody's awake. I feel it's the bifurcation, and they're going to be such a division with those holding a frequency of hatred, of negative ego, that really never woke up to the heart, never woke up to what it truly means to be a spiritual being. Even people that go to church, that's no guarantee. People who call themselves spiritual, that's no guarantee. New Agers, that's no guarantee. People connected to the Galactic Federations, that's no guarantee. I think the event is a solidification of the love that we're holding, and an anchoring that is going to really show that those that aren't on board are going down a very, very different path. But I see a bridge between the two split, like bridge walkers. They're gonna try and pull as many out of the sinking ship as possible. There has to be an open mind to it, but there's gonna be something significant that really helps us to see the difference of a timeline trajectory that people fell for that's engineered versus the one that we're all committed to. And I think there's going to be something significant coming soon that is going to further separate the wheat from the chaff. And COVID was a big one. To me, that was a huge event. But it usually comes with a psyop. It usually comes with something that you cannot ignore. And there might be the last finale of whatever they try and do that is going to be so damn obvious, and it's going to be so stupid, which they already are, the psyops, that people are either going to get on board and start to move in a direction that's actually going to heal whatever bioweapons, whatever indoctrination, whatever mind control that they've attached themselves to. And there's going to be more healing centers for children who survive pedophilia, trafficking. I mean, I just see more and more events of mission warriors that are going to complete what they came here to do. And it's going to be so obvious and clear that the doctors, whoever is still in the system is going to start to support that more and not be under deep state influence. And there's going to be something that their integrity is going to be too loud this time.
Laura, I think that's really brilliant. I agree with you 100%. I mean, the next thing they try is going to be so ridiculous, people are just going to laugh at it. Oh, let's try another pandemic and try to steal another election. That's going to be like maybe the straw that breaks the camel's back. I think that's kind of what you're saying. That people are just done with this nonsense. So, yeah.
Well, actually, as someone who I could be called something of an expert on 107, and I can say that also having met him and talked to him and argued with him and all that kind of thing. So I can say that if he is saying it, then he is not referring to something personal. He's referring to something that either the white hats are going to do, the dark hats are going to do, or it's a cosmic occurrence that we're not aware of. Now, Richard Allen Miller, Dr. Richard Allen Miller, who's a physicist who worked for Navy intelligence and is still working for them, even though he says he's not. So he basically is anticipating, as a physicist, something like a Carrington event type thing, where it's not extinction level, but there's going to be major earth changes, and there's going to be some monumental something that goes on. It may be, the Juan de Fuca fault. I mean, you can just guess. He's not telling us, so we don't know. You can guess, but it's definitely him talking about an event, and the way he talks, and that's his way of talking and communicating, is it's not a personal thing. I mean, you'll experience personally, but he's talking about something that'll affect probably the world, but at least the United States too.
And the event that we've been talking about this whole weekend is 3i Atlas coming into our near Earth orbit in 60 days.
It could be part of it.
As well as the Swan coming from the other direction, as well as 9 satellites around 3i Atlas. I see that being the event, because think of it this way.
It hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet, but think of it this way. When it gets close enough, if all the amateur astronomers are able to train their telescope on this object, and it shows that it's artificial, that would force disclosure. And then we would all know.
The remote viewers are seeing a lot.
Remote viewers have seen a lot.
Like very positive spiritual.
Right, that they're not here to attack, but then we talked earlier about Project Bluebeam as a possibility. That could be the event tied into this.
I think the event is the cleaning of the house, taking the bad people out and putting the good people in to work to make this country better and to make this world better with technology and push what is a heaven to earth.
Anybody here?
Akuria Mate.
Does anybody follow Cliff High? Yeah. Okay. So there were two things that he said recently in an interview. It was a two-part interview with Jean-Claude from Beyond the Mystic. And one of the things that he said is that there was a transmission that came from Voyager, I believe, and it freaked everybody out because they're like, that's not supposed to happen. So that was one of the things he said, and you can probably talk about that.
That happened a while ago.
Okay. And then the second, well, I'm just adding to this.
No problem.
And then the second, she likes me. So the
I like everyone.
the second thing is that Cliff monitors spikes, right? And this is the biggest spike he saw was coming in October, like mid-October, right? Did people see that?
Bring it on.
Yeah. So there's something because he saw the spike in July, whatever we had August, we had something there, more disclosure, and this was the biggest spike. So let's see what happens.
But he has been wrong before.
He has, but just
saying.
We'll see.
But, you know, something, obviously, these people are saying, Richard Allen Miller, you know, Juan 07, now Cliff High, they're seeing something going on in our future. But is it this year or next year? You know, like, they can get away with it if it's postponed, right?
Well, to your point, they were not going to do the pandemic until 2026. So the timeline moved up. So our timelines have changed. They're constantly changing, right? So we don't know. I mean, I guess that's the point here. We can try and make predictions and we can have this discussion and talk about these things. But at the end of the day, they're going to happen when they're going to happen. And we just, because things move so much, who knows?
I just want to say one thing. Laura Worley, who has just written her third book, she's an SRA survivor. Book is about mothers of darkness. So the dark mother reversal grid, that whole grid system is collapsing. Even the technology that is being used to mess with us is not really working. Anyway, she was taken in 2014 to participate in a ritual, but it was one of her altars. And Fauci was there. And Obama, everybody who played a part in the COVID PSYOP was there. And she has a really, really strong connection with God. And she could tell that she was behaving weird. She could tell that something had happened. She didn't remember anything. And she dug real deep into it. This is what her book's about and how she's, you know, basically survived and she helps other survivors. So when you look at like timelines and you look at reversal grid energy and you look at how that is connected also to harvesting and siphoning energy in order to engineer a timeline, the fact that she was able to put this book out is a really, really good sign. Her husband was killed, but the fact that she was able to write a book about mothers of darkness, even though some have sought help from her that didn't realize that they were participants as well. She said that there's a lot of people that are still operating under this level of mind control that have altars that look like leadership roles that we have to be very, very wary of, that will try and steer us or try and play a part in what's to come. And so our discernment is everything. As far as like the timing of things, whether they 2026, they were starting to prepare in 2014. And the way it all kind of fell apart, I mean, the guy can't walk down the street. And there was some documentary or clip from him where he was like, I can't even walk down the street with my wife. Everybody's coming after me. Everybody hates me, kind of thing. So we need to know who's who, which we do for the most part. But she said some of these altars, and this guy, Derek, that I interviewed, 200 altars. He said 4 of them were specific altars to play a role in this particular time as a spiritual teacher. completely speaking our language. So it's just something to be wary of. And as survivors come forward and talk, they're going to help others that might still be running something like that. And people like us are discerning, right? But humanity, it still needs to exercise that muscle. It's basically atrophied in most of the human race. So.
And there are some people around Trump right now too, just so you know. I'm absolutely convinced that some of those people surrounding him are no bueno.
I had a question
good.
for Mike. Yesterday in his presentation, he talked about the conflict between the Knights Templar, whom volumes and libraries are written about, and the Teutonic Knights, whom less are written about, but it's in conventional history, but less in our esoteric field, let's say. But I also was thinking of another group, the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, the Knights of Malta. Yeah. I was wondering if you could comment on both the Teutonic Order and the Knights of Malta, and maybe the Templar, but especially those two latter groups, because they're almost really never spoken of in our sphere.
Yeah, we had the split between the Teutonic Knights and the Knights Templar back in, I don't know, about the 1400s. The Knights of Malta are a completely separate group. Of course, George Herbert Walker Bush was a member of the Order of the Knights of Malta. I've been told Donald Trump is also a member of that. I don't know if that's a fact, but I've been told that. So these are ancient secret societies that were charged with keeping the secrets and protecting the treasures that the Templars got from the Temple Mount way back in 1100, give or take, right? So they have been at war with each other, the Teutonic Knights becoming the Germanic branch of these secret groups. And of course, when the Templars were persecuted by the Catholics in 1307, Friday the 13th, 1307, unlucky for some, they split off, went underground, reemerged as the Freemasons, especially the Scottish Rite Freemasons. And so that line leads all the way to Churchill and Roosevelt in World War II. The Germanic line leads all the way through Madame Blavatsky and all those societies, the Thule Society, if that's what you call it, into Nazi Germany in 1933. And the Order of the Knights of Malta, I don't know where they really fit in that group, but they're almost, it almost seems like they're the referees, right? They sit back and they sort of referee everything. And Malta was kind of untouched in World War II, which is interesting because it would have been an amazing base to supply troops in Africa. In fact, there's some historians that think that the reason Hitler didn't invaded Russia instead of going through Africa to get rid of the British was because they couldn't control the shipping lanes because they couldn't take Malta. Malta was treated almost like Switzerland. Now, that's some people's opinions. So this conflict has been going on for centuries, for over a millennia now. And we just keep facing the consequences of it in our modern day reality. I mean, it basically led to World War II. And are these people nuts? I don't know. The Raiders of the Lost Ark is true. Hitler was looking for all of these ancient symbolic artifacts because he felt the true cross of the crucifixion and the spear of destiny and the ark would be weapons that he could use in his spiritual warfare. And again, I get back to the symbolism of it all. Symbology, by the way, is not a word. Well, it's going to become a word like irregardless. Irregardless is a double negative, right? It's not, people say it so often, it's now become a word, right? So they're going to do the same thing with symbology. But, I mean, I did a story for the White Files folks. I did a script about the Ark and where it likely is. And I think they've known where it is for some time. And I truly do think that the Ark that's at Mar-a-Lago is the real Ark of the Covenant. I don't think it's a replica. So there's this deeper spiritual warfare going on behind the scenes. And what would happen? You just talked about like an event that happens. What would happen? What would happen if that conflict was exposed out in the open? What would happen if people read Richard Hoagland in my book, Dark Mission: A Secret History of NASA, and realized that everybody at NASA that was important was either a Nazi, a Freemason, or a black magician out at JPL, Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard and all that stuff. And they all had the same basic belief system, which is that our bloodlines descended from Isis, Osiris, Horus, and Seth, these ancient Egyptian gods who were perfect Aryan beings, blah, 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 bloodline, yada, yada, yada family. So I don't know. That would be a great thing to expose, but to me, I don't have any commentary on that other than it seems to be important to be a member of one of these groups if you're going to become a significant person in the geopolitical world.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something too about all that, and that's awesome. Gosh, I heard that there's a lot of arcs. It's a certain technology, and there's more than one. So I don't know. And there's an incredible website about demiurgic technology, actually, the technology that came in after the demiurge, after, that's connected to the Sophionic, all this kind of stuff. But certain individuals, it's like joining a club doesn't always mean that you know what the fuck's going on behind a certain door. There are, Nixon, who my aunt's father, Julie Nixon, I was raised around these people, and there's no darkness. I mean, I looked for it. I was looking for it. But he's been in Bohemian Grove. Eisenhower was Knights of Malta. He wasn't a Mason, but and it was the most superficial thing ever. He had no clue. He was all about praying. He was all about religions coming together. He was all about spirituality. But he's listed, right? And I asked my mom about it and this and that. But I think maybe like Skull and Bones might just be like full on bad. Bohemian Grove, I'm like, how do you miss that? How do you miss that, right? But it's sort of like if you're going to try and dismantle something, you have to get inside of it. My father became a priest and he wanted to change the church, and he has. So I just think that same thing with religion. Some people have survived certain religions and are abuse survivors of certain individuals. So I think that's the case with a lot of this stuff and why Trump might be involved or a part of it. You got your deep players, right? When you talk about the Masons, they have to reach a certain level. Other people that are not on the highest of levels really don't know what's going on. That's what I've come to understand. And how these have been inverted from ancient times as well, how they turned very dark and satanic. And the Templars, the Knights Templar, so many, the Essenes, the massacres that took place, starting from Hyperborea, Polaris, and Lemuria, and Atlantean cataclysms. Boom. Then we have this underground thing. Infiltration has been the name of the game ever since.
What Mike was saying was right too. I mean, it goes back even much more ancient than the Egyptians and Aryan. It goes back to the oldest we have is Sanskrit. They had two tribes, the Asuras and the Devas, which ultimately the Devas were the Brahmins, and the Asuras were the Kshatriyas, the warriors. So you had warriors and priest clans that were harnessing the light, the cosmic rays. They fought over the light. If you look into the ancient Asura Deva wars, they were over the spotted cows, which translates as the rays of light for the sun. So they were fighting over what they were harnessing from the cosmos, right? And how they were applying it. Some wanted to use it to rule as gods. They split up in clans. I mean, that's why you see Assyrians. When you see the Assyrians, that's Asura, right? What do they worship? Ahura Mazda. It's just a sound shift from Asura, right? And all the Devas and Asuras, they're all clans that split up, right? Phoenicians, they were called the Panis in ancient Vedic, right? You have the Hittites, the Mitanni, almost spoke pure Sanskrit, right? The Mitanni was a tribe that intermarried with Egyptian pharaohs, right? And they were Syrian warriors. And if you see King Tutankhamun, his grandfather actually got a meteoric iron dagger that was handed down to King Tut in the Amarna letters, a double-edged one that was made out of meteoric iron probably 500 years before the Iron Age. So these had advanced knowledge. They were a universal worldwide culture at one time, and they seemed to have went to war over the knowledge that they had. And, they called an Aryan invasion. It was an Aryan division, most likely. They split up in tribes. You have Assyrians, Persians. They all had different knowledge, but they were like Asura warrior tribes. They wanted to conquer and dominate the world, and we're still being dominated by these tribes today, still today.
Well, I think you have to go back to Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu.
You can't prove Atlantis. We can prove Sanskrit.
Oh, absolutely. Atlantis is actually under the ice in Antarctica, which is part of the reason they won't share it with you.
No, it's actually in the Atlantic Ocean, most likely.
I mean,
like
you
the
don't
mid-Atlantic
have to
ridge we
agree
have.
with
Most
me,
likely it's, I know
but-
you just want to combat and be the one with the info, but I'm not a cheerleader. I'm sorry. I'm a man.
I'm sorry.
Right? And I don't interrupt you when you speak.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I didn't realize you weren't done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's just competitions. And people want to be with the knowledge, but if you can't face discernment, you don't know what you're talking about. All right? You're supposed to be able to faced adversity in life, right? But if you can't face adversity, you don't know what you're talking about. If you only have a cheerleader, if you only can have a cheerleader and you only need people saying, oh, yes, you're so great, then guess what? You don't know what you're speaking about.
I don't see any cheerleaders in the audience.
Well, this will be a big question. I'd love to know who's going to control the money in the future.
Okay, you want me to tell you? I think I know. I don't know. I may not know. All right, who's in control of the money? The earth is going to be split up into the 7 kingdoms of man. Okay, there is an alliance between Donald Trump, Xi, and Vladimir Putin. Putin is the military leader. Trump is the financial leader. Xi is going to be the producer, the production leader. All right, they are going to be at the top of the chain. Behind them are benevolent ETs that are advising them, believe it or not. And the earth is going to be made up into these kingdoms where you're supposed to have complete freedom, privacy of thought, and protection as long as you live under God's laws. That's the plan. Now, how those kingdoms are exactly going to be divided up, I don't know. How we're going to get there, I don't know. I can tell you this. I was told in 2015 that Russia had been given under these agreements the exact lands that they're holding right now in supposed Ukraine, right? Which is Ukraine even really a place, or is it a neighborhood? Those lands, so they've never advanced past where they were told this is the agreement that you can have these lands, because these are Russian-speaking, Russian cultural areas. I was also told that Latvia, Lithuania, the Baltic states are going to become part of Russia, because there's a little slice called Kaliningrad, which is Russian, and Putin wants that all connected. Taiwan and China are going to be reunited as part of the Asian kingdom, but it's not going to be under the Chinese Communist Party. It's going to be under a new Chinese Republic, which is going to be ruled by the people. So this is the plan. This is what I'm hearing, and I watch geopolitical developments as dominoes fall into place. Now, there's resistance all around. There's people who want to start a war between Russia and the United States. Why? Because the war in the Middle East has completely petered out. It's almost ended. They were just about ready, it looks like, to come up with some sort of symbolic peace agreement between the Israelis and the Arabs, and it's all going to be settled out. So the next war they're trying to start is with Russia. I'm just going to tell you, your enemy is not in Russia. Your enemy is in Washington, D.C. That's who your enemy is. And it's in Brussels and the head of the European Union. Those are the places your enemy resides. I don't know. Did I answer your question?
Well, she's talking about money. And I believe money is the root of all evil. How about we get rid of it?
I agree.
How about a Star Trek future? You know, there's no scene in Star Trek, the original series, where they're ever seen exchanging money. And that's supposed to be us in 300 years from now.
But they do talk about money constantly in Star Trek. In the original Star Trek, everybody got paid. So that was a movie thing they developed later. So, well, the thing is, Brad, okay, I hear you. And this is a debate I'd love to get other people's opinions on here, because but I do think we need money as a means of exchange. I do think it's important. And I do think we need, while we transition to a better future, I think we need motivation for people to be productive, because we're entering an era where machines, AI is going to do so much for us. And if the amount of gold that we're told exists on this planet.
There we go. The gold. That's where the money's going to be.
So it's been in the Vatican. It's now going to be in Fort Knox. It's going to be distributed to all the different countries of the world to value and so that we all have value. I mean, the people of Vietnam are the most productive workers on the planet, but that's not given value, so their currency is worthless. So it's time now to appropriately
You're not going to
value
eliminate evil by eliminating money. I'm sorry to tell you, because it's not. I mean, it's a nice saying and everything, but the reality is, if you want to call it evil, it's really yin and yang, positive and negative. It's, what the universe is made up of. You're not going to eliminate evil ever. Okay. What happened with Earth is that Earth actually got balanced towards the negative. And what we're trying to do is bring it back into balance between yin and yang. The light and the dark is actually ever present.
Like bacteria.
JP, what were you?
Okay.
It's the lust of money, right?
Yeah, it's the lust for money that's the root of all evil, not the money itself. Just like the rifle that did or didn't kill Charlie Kirk is not the evil. The evil is the guy who pulled the trigger.
So I think it's gonna go with the gold. We gotta follow the gold. Where the gold is going in cryptocurrency as well. The digital currency is gonna be the financial system. And I know everybody wants a Star Trek future, but people still want to be paid. Okay? Technology are still gonna be developed that's gonna surpass our mind when AI comes out. And I think just follow the gold. The gold for thousands of years was the prime thing for a financial system.
You said the golden plates. You experienced brown plates that were made of gold that ETs were carrying. Can you share about?
We went to a castle. It was a cold castle, and we were distributing gold plates to different nations. And it was a lot of gold. Like this whole room would be filled like 5 or 6 times of these plates of gold. And we have this in the United States of America. No comment.
A lot of it is in Fort Knox. A lot
Fort
of it
Knox.
is yeah, okay. A lot of it is in Fort Knox. It's been repatriated from the Vatican. That's why Trump has been, that's why the Pope was so unhappy when Trump visited the Vatican the first time, and the Crown of England. A lot of it's been repatriated because this has all been stolen. Much of it has been held in places like the Philippines for hundreds of years by somebody called the Chinese dragon families. They're not all Chinese, but they're these ancient families that have been trying to preserve humanity's wealth for the last 2,000 years when they were not in control, because we had this occulted age of Pisces where a lot of evil walked the earth. So that stuff is, I was told that all the gold was brought on ledger. There's so much gold on this planet that nobody knew about, and they're represented by something called golden guns. If you want to look up a golden gun, and not the James Bond movie, The Man with the Golden Gun, although that is connected.
One bullet, you're done,
The golden gun, these golden guns represent tranches of gold. They're worth about $2 billion, and they represent tranches of gold behind that are worth in the quadrillions, the quintillions. It's off the scale. But all that gold has been distributed to every country on earth and is now held by all these central banks, waiting for this transition to happen. And, again, I don't know what the trigger event is. It may be something financial. It may be something military. It may be alien invasion. It may be 3i Atlas. But when this triggers, it's designed to create a far more equitable planet than we've had for the last 2,000 years, because the age of Pisces is over and it's time for truth. It's time for Aquarius. So I'm just going to tell you, there's so much gold out there. They can't even tell us how much it is, because if they did, we'd all be like, okay, I want a Ferrari.
I know AI is going to be part of that trigger.
I was just going to say something real quick, but go ahead.
So we get all the gold we want, all your bills are paid, we got modern technology, everything's great. But how do we punch the service of who's attacking our kids? So you're getting
Yeah.
all the gold in the world and modern technology. Really, how do we differentiate?
Well, Donna, here's the thing. Evil, you're talking about the kids and the evil that goes after them. The thing is evil can't exist in a high vibrational plane. It can't exist. So the bringing of this abundance, and Trump talks about it over and over again, the golden age is coming, the abundance is coming.
Jesus will return.
Right. Well, and it may be Jesus, or it may simply be that we have to raise our consciousness up to his level before he's going to come back, I think. So it's simply that existence
Didn't he
of
do
that
a good enough
vibration.
job the first time? Did you
What
ever
was that?
think that? Why would Jesus come back? Didn't he do a good enough job the first time?
Yeah.
Hello?
I got clients like at least once a month that say that they're Jesus. So, and they've returned. So anyway, but we,
Scientifically, that we're all a fraction part of God.
yes, totally. And I love what you said, Carrie, about, yeah,
That's
I
a
love
bad
what you,
word, but
This is us.
yeah.
We are, right?
Yeah. I just want to say,
It's Christ's
what,
consciousness. It's not Jesus himself.
right. And that's the thing with the Jesus and Magdalene thing and the Michael Mary lines that were targeted specifically to create the reversal grid network. It was targeting sacred union. When we begin to dissolve the fences that were placed in our DNA, when we begin to awaken that, it's about the integration of polarity, and it's about the different levels of union within ourselves. So the Sophionic energy is a very important piece, and the earth history connected to the Sophionic energy. The remedial flame, the 13th tone, the 13th sign connected to the ether, connecting to correcting the reversals is already here. So what I see is no longer this inverted money system that has satanic symbolism and a lot of crap on it being exchanged and being how we function. I see healing centers. I see abundance with people having land, doing what they came here to do, and this shift into gold silver, because the ascension energy is gold silver. The monadic and 8th and 9th chakra are actually the gold silver gateway. The golden age is the alchemy of lead into gold to me. And so when we are able to remove ourselves from this dependency bond with the careers that are harming humanity and covering up things that are happening to children because it's too inconvenient, when those individuals begin to have more of a voice and stand up for what's right and not ignore the cries of children and operations that are going on in locations that people know exist. We're not going to have the police force that's just sitting there ignoring it either. We're talking about things that most of the stuff that's going on, it's right under our nose, under airports, in your local community. We drive past certain areas in Montana and I just scream out the window, I know what you're doing. Because Carrie's very sensitive. I feel it. And I have to drink a little bit first, but and that was a long time ago. But I'm just saying, it's right under our nose. So we are collapsing the inversion. We're bringing in abundance that's in alignment with our soul missions. We're here to be authentic and true. And it's us, the people, that are going to rescue the children.
And we all have a God spark to connect us to source. And part of the shot was to take that away.
And the thing is, just
Except
the existence.
you can't take that away. You know, the bottom line, as far as I'm concerned, is that we are all part of God. We all came into this experience to play it out and to have to try ourselves out, to learn everything you need to learn to rise above this level. And that, you know, you're going back to source. And source doesn't love one team better than the other team, by the way. And so, you know, Jesus did his job, okay, for whatever you think it was, which most of it is lies in the Bible, but go with it.
I don't believe the Bible is a lie. I believe
Yeah, I'm sure you don't.
in the
Can I
foundation
finish?
of God.
Look, I have no doubt you believe everything like that. The thing is that what I'm just saying here is that the golden age, I think what Trump is really saying about that is what gold does for you. It's very important in space travel, and it allows you to go interdimensional. So what he's really telling you is that we're going to all become time travelers, and that's the future. And that's actually the present as well, because you're not sometimes a time traveler and sometimes not. You're eternal souls, and basically he is using a sort of a code to talk about the power, the real power of gold, which isn't as money. It's to go interdimensional, which means you go out all through the dimensions and realize that you're a multi-dimensional being.
So Donna, just to answer the question directly, I think what I'm trying to say is that simply the existence of the new world and the feeling of abundance will make this planet so uncomfortable for the evil ones that they will check out. That's what I think is going to happen.
We have another question.
All right, so this goes to everyone here. Do any of you guys know of Colin Russell J. Colin Gould?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, some people do know. Why isn't any attention being brought to him? This goes to Mike, you would know, because the third bankruptcy of the United States that happened in 1999, the flag was up for grabs. And this was the plan of the cabal to take down the towers in 2001.
Yep.
And Russell J. Gould came to the rescue under Parse syntax language and captured the Title IV 1, 2, and 3 flag. That's a known fact. He's got proof of it. He shows it. He does everything. No one's talking about him. No one's exposing him. No one's saying anything. But that he controls the whole world right now. And you can look at it and prove it.
I don't agree with that.
You can agree or not?
I don't, I know about him. I interviewed his, I don't know, his partner, whatever you call it, back in the day before he died.
Rachel,
No, it was a guy. David, I interviewed him. And so I had those kinds of discussions. I don't see it that way. Okay, he's the postman. Oh, that Gould guy considers himself the postman. It's, it's a symbolic, old-fashioned notion. What he's really trying to do is use the system to break the system. That's not the way to do it, okay?
all commerce was done.
Using admiralty law, he wants you to convert to their law. It's not going to work. You have to start again. You have to have your own system. It's not using that bullshit language that he wants you to learn. The way they've captured you for millennia through the courts, through the system that's all admiralty, the ship is I interviewed many times, of course, Jordan Maxwell, who popularized a lot of these concepts. I understand what you're saying. I think those people that are really into that are well-meaning, but I think their emphasis and understanding in a solution is misplaced. I think they're using the system to break the system, and that'll never free you. You can think what you want. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so we only have about 10 minutes left, so we're going to try to just keep your hands up if you have questions. But
Hi, my name is Joe the Box. This is the America First warehouse that was built by my wife Tony and I, and it was divine inspiration that made it happen. And I believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. And in here on Thursday nights, we do prayer and healing, and we study the Bible which is written, and our faith is created in there. Jesus Christ taught us about love, and that's what it's about. My mind has been living in the United States here, and my universe is 63 years old. I don't expect it to get much older than that. That will be the beginning and the end, and the omega and the end, correct? So with that being said, I want to thank everybody for coming here, because my world is small and narrow and focused on Jesus, my wife, and my family. And he asked me to build this place so we can open our doors to allow you fine people to be able to speak your truth, your beliefs, and speak freely. That's why this country is so great. Whether there are cities under the sea or whether there are cities on the stars above, we will know at the end of our universe. But in the meantime, I can only thank you for coming here. Thank you for telling the truth. And the truth is simple. Jesus Christ is the way, no matter what. Amen. Thank you. And you'll call him.
Amen.
On the
Amen
day
to that.
you die, you will need him. Thank you.
I think, one more question, you guys, and then we'll be done.
Okay. I want to get back to the ant people. I know there's a few questions on this.
The ants people.
Thank you. So Raju Sinema, he wrote 7 books. I don't know if anyone read any of them. Transylvania Sunrise is one of the first book he wrote.
One with Peter Moon, I think.
Yeah, under Peter Moon.
Read that one.
So it's an incredible series. If anyone hasn't read it,
Derek Crystal, I think I read.
Yeah,
that's that one.
That's the third book. He talks about that when you go into the earth, you cannot go on the earth unless you're the same frequency, that matching like a spiritual high frequency. You can't enter. So a bad person cannot go into the earth. It seems like maybe the ant people are in a different dimension. They're from a different dimension, maybe.
Interdimensionals.
Beings,
yeah.
Right? So if they're interdimensional, then I know here on Earth we have, good and bad people, but if you're an interdimensional being, then there might be a chance that you're more of the positive on the light side than you are on the dark side. So to kind of clear up where these beings are how they are, and it's a bit like, it's not like, a white person can be good, a white person can be bad. We're all on the same dimension together. So yes, that's the duality on this planet. Okay.
You were done.
I agree with that too. The thing is everyone has a truth, and even someone doesn't have the exact truth, and we're kind of like, I still hear truth in every single speaker, even though we're not all fully on the same exact page. And that's just our truth as individuals. But my question is, wouldn't the ant people be more of a high frequency than a low frequency in general?
Yeah, they are a high frequency being, and we have interacted with them, not just the United States, but other governments around the world that they live in, including Brazil, Europe, UK, we got Africa. You know, the same way there's black people, there's Indian people, there's Chinese people that look different, the same way these inner earth type of people they look like. And they do deal with the spiritual and interdimensional realm that soon this information is going to come out and it's going to change the way we think about a lot of things.
Yes, totally. Oh my gosh. So I did a presentation recently about the ant people, and they tend to come up and communicate when there's going to be a huge cataclysmic event. So there's a lot of pictography or hieroglyphs and what's the right word? Yeah, pictographs on stone of them. And so it's really in depth, and I could share it with you because I researched really intently about that. And I do feel a global exorcism is taking place, and love is the force. It's so much more powerful than we can imagine. And that's what I love what you said about truth. We all have our own individual truth. Discernment is huge and important. Intuition, taking what resonates and leaving the rest. That was probably the first chapter of my book saying that. And don't read my shitstorm stories. Sorry. Actually, if you bought the book, I hope you enjoy it. I'm a terrible salesman. So I just wanted to end with this because I know we're closing. Love is everything. Love is what they try and harvest and siphon. That's why the trauma loops are what the PSYOPs is trying to achieve. Because when we're in survival, when we're in panic mode, we can't think clearly. Our intuition is shut off, our higher self connection, not so great. And everything that, Jesus Christ taught, the true teachings, kind of go out the window. And people can go through the motions. They can go to church. If you're a truly embodied spiritual person, it's every single day, every single moment, which you carry, and we all carry. We're devoted, right? We're not afraid to say, okay, maybe I was wrong. And that is so important, to be humble. And to me, that is the most important thing. We're experts. You guys are experts in your fields and whatever you choose to research, right? So it's great to have conversation. But the most important thing is we love each other no matter what. And that is going to be the force that wipes out all evil. And and it's going to turn a lot of blackmailed evil around. People that are afraid to come forward, people that have been abused and multi-generationally, who are drugged, children as well, taken down into tunnels, doing horrific things, not even remembering. The more we understand, the more we can help them, and we'll realize that the enemy isn't as big as we thought.
I know firsthand about
Amen to that. And I know when you declare the name, because I interact with these beings, when you declare the name of Jesus Christ, they either leave or they stay. So when you declare Jesus Christ is King and he's above all things, they either leave or they stay. So it's really important when you interact with these beings, the ant people, or whatever kind of being you interact with. I always mention Jesus Christ, because if they stay, I know they're from the good. If they flee, they're negative beings. It's as simple as that. He is everything for me, and I declare that.
But that's you.
For me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You.
For me. I said for me.
Okay. But you just said, when I go there, I know it's okay because I mentioned Jesus Christ to these people. Yeah. Or did I get that wrong? I'm just trying to understand. And
I'm from a Christian background, so I don't know what background you're in. I don't know what religion you're in, but me, because I have a Christian background, my father was a pastor, and I pray, I meditate, I fast, and I put family first. I've been married 18 years, and I love my wife. And I understand that everything you put in front, that you declare Jesus. I know I have these experiences. I've been through these beautiful experiences. I served my country in the military. I got my DD-214. I got my medals. I'm not a stolen valor. I've been through these experiences. If they want me to go to Congress and talk, I'll talk. And I'll tell them my experience. But I put Jesus first. All these experiments, I know ETs are real. Spiritual beings are real. Interdimensional beings are real. Time, travel, and interdimensional travel. The Bible talks about that. Look at the book of Daniel, Enoch. The Bible talks about it. Read Hebrews chapter 11. It talks about the faith, how God separated the frames and worlds and all that. You know, I really base my life on the foundation of what is Jesus Christ and what is God, Yahweh, in our life. Okay? So that's, you know, I've been through these experiences, but I still have my foundation on what is the Bible. Okay, because I know some people say, oh, the Bible is missing some books, but the Bible is still here. It's still running. People still follow it. If the Bible wasn't what it people think it is, why it's not disappeared? Why it's not here no more? You know? So I declare that, you know, do more research. Read the book of Proverbs. When you start reading the book of Proverbs, you will understand the foundation of what Jesus Christ is and what is a family and what is God for this beautiful country that we're in, that we're allowed to speak freely and understand and comprehend what our life is made of. You know, your great granddad was Roosevelt, and Eisenhower. And he served this country as the president of the United States. And I'm really honored to be by you. Okay. Laura, you are a inspiration, and I hope you run for president. 2032. But I put Jesus first. Amen. If I have to preach it, talk it, I'll do it.
All right. Well, I think on that note, our time is up, but I want to thank all of you for being here and supporting this. A big thanks and lots of love to Donna for her vision and bringing it to fruition. And of course, I want to thank all the speakers for taking the time, sharing everything, putting yourselves out there, and helping to educate and raise the frequency of this earth. Bye-bye, everyone.
I don't need a microphone. I just want to tell everyone that I love you. Thank you for being here and show your love and diversity amongst the speakers, that they can
There's always somebody who's not